All right, what is up, Seattle? Thank you so much for coming out to PAX. Thank you for coming out to this talk on a Monday, I guess this is an afternoon now, on a Monday afternoon. I hope you are having a perfect Labor Day weekend here in one of the world's most beautiful cities. I was born in Seattle, my mom was born in Seattle, most of my family still lives in Seattle, so thank you very much, PAX, for inviting me home. Before we begin, can I get a big round of applause for the people who lead us around and keep us safe and make sure that everything goes off on time and without a hitch every single PAX? Can we get a round of applause for the enforcers? They're the best. Can we get another round of applause for the tech crews in the back? They are making all of this possible. They are working on Labor Day, and they are the best for doing that. Thank you, everybody. My name is Tony Palumbi. I write books and games, and in 2017 I published a book called Blood Plagues and Endless Raids, this book right here, which is the only popular history of the world's most popular video game, the game you're all here to hear about today, the World of Warcraft. Can I hear it, everybody, for the Alliance?
For the Alliance!
For the Alliance! And now that you've heard the volume output by the boys in blue, can I hear it for the Horde? For the Horde! You did it twice! Thank you very much. It feels so good to be back. It has been too long, PAX. It has been 2 years since we've been together. Events like this are really special for communities like ours. They're pretty much the only time when we can get together and be in person and match faces with the voices that we hear every single night in Discord. We can celebrate what our favorite games mean to us and acknowledge how they've grown intertwined with our real lives in ways that are very cool and increasingly rewarding. I've personally been playing World of Warcraft since 2004, and at this point I really can't imagine the progression of my adult life without it. I feel like I would be a different person without it. I would have different friends, I would have different values. It's such a part of my life that it just keeps becoming more rewarding as I play and deepen my relationships with my friends and guildmates. Games like WoW are really special. MMOs are very special that way, and sometimes, unfortunately, it takes a global pandemic to make it clear to us just kind of how valuable these things are and what they mean to us. This is my 4th year speaking at PAX, not including the one we missed. We're not counting that one. What I try to do is I package what's happening right now in WoW alongside stories from its amazing 17-year past at this point, to try and create a living history alongside the actual game itself. Because games don't do a great job of cataloging their own histories. That's not really something that a developer worries about, right? They're always looking forward, so it falls to us, the players, the people who keep these games working, who keep the lights on at these companies, to do that work ourselves, to build the work, to build a history of what we've done and what we've accomplished together. So that is what you are here today doing. That is what you are a part of. You are helping us build this tradition of public events where we talk about why WoW is so important and what it means to us. So thank you so much for being here. It is really a wonderful time to be an MMO historian, all things considered. 17 years into WoW, at least a decade removed from what most people probably assumed was the golden age of MMOs, and yet we've got WoW Classic, we've got Final Fantasy XIV, which is as big as it's ever been. There's Ark, there's Rust, there's Valheim, there's GTA RP. There's all these ways that people are finding to build public social spaces in the games that they enjoy. And the list goes on, right? But it's clear that these games are delivering an experience that you can't get anywhere else. And when I say anywhere else, I mean not just in games, right? But all of entertainment, all of the options we have in front of us. These are special things that we can't get anywhere else. The process that we go through in MMOs of growing and struggling and learning and eventually triumphing alongside of our friends it's really wonderful. It feels amazing. It's one of the best feelings that you can have as a person. That's why people react the way they do when you drop a new boss for the first time. That's why people react the way they do when you gut out a tight arena win, one-on-one at the very end. Every time something like that happens, it brings you closer to everybody that you're playing with, and it reminds us that those human connections are the source of so much good in our lives, so much value. And that is why when the pandemic sort of first descended, I advised everybody in my life under the age of 60 to find an MMO and get into it. Didn't matter which game you picked. Hell, it didn't even have to be an MMO, but as I advised everybody, there's gonna be a crash here. You're going to be losing a whole bunch of social interactions in your life, whether or not you appreciate that, and you're gonna need to fill that in somewhere else. You're gonna need to get that elsewhere. And MMOs are a great way to do that, especially, they reward us more and more for what we put into them. And that's why I recommended not only that everyone get an MMO, but dive into it. Take it seriously. Go spend one weekend throwing yourself down a gamer hole and, and see if you don't emerge on the other side a slightly changed person. It's important to do that sort of thing. It's important to invest yourself in these worlds if you're going to be doing it for a long time. And if you weren't playing an online game, it was a really hard crash that you ran into. The pandemic stopped our old lives in their tracks. The social connections that sustained us, whether that was work buddies or family barbecues or concerts or anything like that, got taken away. It got taken away very suddenly and placed on a shelf, and we didn't know when we could get it back. And under those conditions, you can either crash from everything to nothing and just say, this is gonna wash over me and whatever happens, happens. Or you can stand up and say, I'm going to adapt to this. I'm going to try and replace what has been taken away and fill my life with these interesting other things and find other people that will enrich my day-to-day. And for those of us already playing MMOs, right, the choice is clear. We got to get more into these. And for me personally, I've probably played more World of Warcraft in the last 18 months than I have at any time since college. I got back from PAX East in 2020, and the world was shutting down. It was a question of what are you going to do, and what was in front of me at that moment was my guild in World of Warcraft with the stuff that they needed. And then one of my friends started doing the Scarab Lord grind, and it became like, all right, we're gonna help our friend get the Scarab Lord bug. And the group of people who spent days and days down in the bottom of the bug mines were the people who became the core of our guild through Naxxramas. They're the people who are the core of our guild now. They're some of my closest friends in the game, and that bond really got forged just the last summer when we decided to help our friend out, right? It's those kinds of decisions and commitments that can really lead us to some special places. And I'm really lucky to have found communities in both retail and classic where people care about each other and they're willing to put in the work for each other. But I don't think that groups like that are super rare if that's what you're looking for in WoW. In fact, when I find when I'm playing WoW, even when I meet strangers, they're 100% earnest. They're most of them anyway, are 100% earnest, 100% open to connection, to humor, to new experiences, and that's true because they've chosen to play the game, right? There's a million games out there, and those of us who choose to play MMOs are seeking out these social connections. So I've really tried to get past my own social anxieties and worries and try to reach out to people more than ever before, because I feel like that every time I do that, that's reciprocated. People respond to that, and it's a great feeling. Right now, classic and retail are kind of approaching the goals of MMOs in different ways. People play MMOs because they want to be in a world that acknowledges them, that recognizes them, that cares about the things they care about, and classic and retail are both kind of looking at this in different ways. Retail presents us with a world so that we can kick its ass, right? It gives us so many spells, so many powers. You feel incredibly strong in retail. It's about figuring out cool and inventive ways to dominate the content. Classic sort of takes the opposite approach. It says the content's hard, the hills are steep, and it's not changing for you, but in the course of taking on these challenges, you can grow yourself. You can find other players to bring in to handle these things yourself. You are reliant immediately on other players in TBC. There's nothing in Classic that approaches the feeling of you're on Magtheridon, the click's coming up. You got 5 guys who need to click those things, and your fate is in their hands, right? I'm sorry, I hit the mic. Your fate is in 5 other people's hands for those seconds, and you have and getting through that is the process of trusting, of letting go, and knowing that they're going to be there. So these 2 very different games at this point, right? 2 different approaches to what an MMO can be, and that makes sense because they're were designed by 2 different teams at 2 very different periods of time, and they were honestly never meant to coexist. You know, Blizzard had said a lot of things before Classic that they've come to regret. One of the reasons that they said we didn't want to do this is that it's so hard to run 2 MMOs at once. We don't want to run into the situation where we're running 2 MMOs. But here we are, we made them do it. We forced them to run 2 MMOs, and the results I think the results have only been positive. I think that having Classic back in our lives has really put what we liked and don't like about retail into stark relief. It's a way to sort of feed the community and remind us of what's most valuable about this game, and hopefully we can bring that into Classic, not just retail as well. But you know, for all the work that they do at Blizzard, they can only control so much. And for all, you know, the Shadowlands expansion enjoyed a really strong start. It was one of my favorite expansions of the last few years when it came out. The dungeons were great, the raid was great. I thought that the classes were balanced really well. And then we ran into COVID, and COVID has clearly impacted the pipeline of new content. It's clearly affected their ability to get things out. And that has sort of meant, I think, that Classic, with all this content in the bottle, ready to go, I think has felt to some people more exciting. Like they're anticipating that more, and because it is such an exciting time for Classic. I don't want to leave retail behind or anything, but we do have an awesome slate of stuff headed, in the pipe for Classic, and it's a really exciting time to be playing WoW. It's arguably, I've been thinking about this, it's arguably, I think, a better time to be playing WoW than it was when the Burning Crusade first came out. And the game performs so much better, our computers are faster, the servers are faster. There were entire services back in the Burning Crusade that was like, you would pay a monthly subscription to have a VPN that would get you ideally a faster connection to the game you were already paying a monthly subscription for. That's how eager we were to wring any little bit of performance out of these servers. And now they're fast, they're responsive, they're really populated and made dense in a way that a lot of the old servers weren't, so that even on a relative backwater, like the server I play on, old Blanchy, by the way, love the Blanche, respect the Blanche. Even a small server like that feels really busy. There's hundreds of people teaming everywhere in Shattrath and around Karazhan every Tuesday night. And on the biggest servers, you can get a group for basically any kind of content 7 days a week. You can get your alts geared out really quickly. The content is more accessible than it's ever been, and that means that we have more options than we've ever had. But life wasn't always so sweet. There were some real problems back with the original Classic. Some of you grizzled enough to have been serious raiders back then might remember kind of a dark time in the game's history. See, back then, when when TBC first launched, the consumable regime that wasn't the way we know it today. There were no battle elixirs, there were no guardian elixirs. It was just elixirs, and they could go on top of a flask and on top of all these other buffs. And if that sounds like a fun kind of thing, sort of the way that world buff stacking was in vanilla, right? Like we'll load up a bunch of world buffs and go kick Molten Core's ass in 30 minutes. That was not the case back then, because all of the content, all of the 25-man content was tuned with the expectation that every single person in your raid was flashed, was elixired, was consumed to the gills, because that had been the standard at the end of Naxxramas, right? And they were like, oh, we're just going to keep this rolling forward. And it was really bad. It was really hard to keep up with your weekly responsibilities. Just getting your consumes ready would take hours every week on top of grinding for repairs and the actual raiding itself, right? So it was a really brutal time to be a raider in the World of Warcraft. It was like the Naxxramas push just got extended for another 6 months. And it was harsh, it was unforgiving, and pretty much every guild lost good players there. There were a ton of people in my guild who were good raiders, committed players who wanted to be in the game but just couldn't keep up with the grind. And for all the popularity of TBC, and for all the millions of people playing it, there was this big problem at the top end of the content, and it was a problem that I really think would have negatively impacted WoW in the long term had it kept going. But thankfully, Blizzard stepped in. They made one of the best and I think most consequential and least appreciated decisions in the history of WoW. One of the most important things they ever did, which was overhaul the consumables. No longer is it flasks and elixirs. There's Guardian elixirs, there's Battle elixirs, and those are instead of a flask, and they're both pretty cheap. Which one is better depends really on how much you're expecting to die in the next hour, and everyone's consumable costs are now at a reasonable level. You can afford to raid with a pretty minimal amount of time investment, and immediately the game changed. It felt like this huge weight came off our shoulders, and suddenly the game was bringing people together again instead of pushing them apart. And it was good. You know, people stopped quitting, a bunch of people came back, and the end result was a much more positive game. It's also easy to lose track of how much we had to raid back then. I mean, a serious raiding guild back in the Burning Crusade and, you know, at the end of vanilla would probably be spending at least 20 hours a week in the dungeons. That's not farming or anything. You're spending 20 plus hours a week of actual scheduled raids. You're raiding 4 to 5 days a week. And it was hard. I mean, it was enjoyable if you were young enough to, you know, not have any responsibilities. But it was not great, and it is a night and day difference today. Now, there is no guild in WoW Classic that raids 5 nights a week. It would be crazy to do that. Except his. Like you know, most guilds, even the serious guilds, raid 2 nights a week, maybe 3. You know, if there's a ton of content to clear, and just with a handful of hours a week, you can participate in all the end game content, and that's awesome. That's really cool because this is some of the best raiding content we ever had, frankly, and for that reason, the Burning Crusade really set a standard. It set a standard going forward for every WoW expansion that came after. And having played through it a second time with fresh eyes, it's pretty easy to see why, right? Like, there's so much to do in the Burning Crusade. There is so much content. There's so many ways to advance your character that aren't connected to your weekly raid lockout. There's crafted gear, there's rep gear, there's badge gear, heroic gear, PvP gear. There's so many options to improve your character no matter how you choose to play the game, and that's true. I mean, unless you're a hunter, in which case every group will say full-on hunters, and you'll run the same dungeon 25 times for your Beast Lord piece. I'm sorry, hunters. It does get better. Your guilds will give you Dragonspine trophies, at least. Leveling alts to complement your main is really fun. It's really rewarding. You get a huge amount of gold in addition to the options that this opens up. I'm not even done with all my Phase 1 projects, and I only have 2 characters, and I play every day. Like, there's so much to do. There's so many ways to improve your character and things to experience, and honestly, thank goodness they waited a little bit on Phase 2. I know that we've been getting antsy. You know, we only have like a week left, right, to wait. We've been getting antsy because we always want the new content, but it's good, I think, that they've parceled out the goodies slowly, because in the original game, this was all in at launch, right? Serpent Shrine Cavern, Tempest Keep, this was all in the game at launch. The only thing locking it out was the giant network of attunement quests that you're all begging your guildmates to finish right now. It's wild to think how much stuff was in the game for day one. Patch 2.1, when it came out, can anyone tell me what was in patch 2.1? The Black Temple. That was 2.1. You'd think it's like halfway through the expansion. 2.1 was the Black Temple. And there's so much stuff just packed into this game at launch that it's no wonder we burned out, right? It's no wonder that it felt, I remember feeling sort of bewildered at like just how much stuff there was to do and way more bosses than we could possibly attempt. And we've reached finally a really good place, I think, where we understand what we need to do every week. And with a real life, with a job, with family responsibilities, you can still be an endgame raider. You can participate in everything with the game with a pretty normal person's schedule, right? And that's good because, considering how old some of us have gotten, how many kids some of us have running around, life gradually layers commitments onto us, and usually those commitments are beautiful things that make our lives richer. And so the more stuff that we can cram in, the more commitments that we can fit comfortably into our lives, the more rewarded I think we'll be. The Burning Crusade also represented something new for the game. It was the first time we had to grapple with the idea that druids could be good at things. Kidding, of course. Real paradigm shift there, but seriously, it was the first time that PvP became a serious and equal mode of gameplay. For the first couple of years, it was really just a sideshow. People loved Battlegrounds and everything, but TBC represented the first real commitment by the devs to make the player versus player side of the game not just fun, because, let's be honest, it was always pretty fun, but it was equitable in terms of rewards. And that was a very controversial idea in 2007, because we had been trained by the devs to think that the only valid place to get a purple item was in a raid. Was in endgame PvE content. So people got really mad at the notion that there was all this new gear just out there for the having. And it's ridiculous to think about, how dare this rogue spend 6 weeks grinding for a nice offhand weapon, right? Give them the offhand weapon, it's fine. We can have, PvPers deserve nice gear too. But this was a controversial idea because of how we'd been trained, and the end result was a vibrant arena scene. It was a brand new e-sport, which is something that I never thought I would see with an MMO. MMOs don't tend to be great spectator sports. You need a ton of knowledge just to kind of understand what's happening. But WoW in the Burning Crusade was so popular, so exciting, and it was so much the place that everyone wanted to be that you had an entire generation of stars sort of minted by this MMO game. And it was just so popular, right? And many of the players who made their names in that TBC arena scene are still major figures in the gaming community today. A lot of them have big followings on Twitch. They're still kicking around. They come in and out of WoW, but they're still celebrities. And it's sort of funny to think that WoW launched an entire generation of people like that. And of course, a 17-year-old game is not going to be quite the same, quite as big as it was, but it's worth stepping back, I think, to consider the current incarnation of the Burning Crusade with all of these balance changes, with the better servers that we have, with the spaced out content that lets us know sort of when we're finished every week. With all these things taken into account, I've found myself wondering if this game, the version of the game that we're playing right now in TBC Classic, might actually be the best version of WoW that's been contemporaneously released, the best version of the game that we've ever had to play. And obviously that's very subjective, but I'm not trolling when I say this. I really think it might be true, and at the very least, it's something for everyone to argue about over lunch. If it is the best of times, in some ways, in other ways, it is the worst of times. The last time I spoke at PAX West 2 years ago, if anyone was here for that, I talked about how Classic had a way of throwing retail into stark relief. Because as much as many of us have enjoyed Blizzard's games over the years, they're still popular, they're still a lot of fun, the company's reputation had become somewhat diminished. And that was 2 years ago. And obviously, everything that I said then has become only more true. The material, the accusations brought by the state of California against Activision Blizzard are horrifying. They're extremely bad. They should be condemned, obviously. And the fact that similar things occur at other companies and other industries does not excuse this in any way. It's something very bad. It's something that we have to grapple with as a community. And as much as I love the World of Warcraft, and I can remember booting up Orcs and Humans like at a friend's PC on a sleepover in 1995. And I have loved this game and this setting since I was a kid. And for all of that, we have to acknowledge that the studio made these decisions, right? The company's culture is the way it is and was the way it was because the people in charge wanted it to be that way. There were discrete decisions made over the years that put all of this in motion, discrete hires that were made. The decision, for example, to bring Alex Afrasiabi and Jeff Kaplan, both of whom were community leaders in the EverQuest community, into Blizzard to transplant the high-end rating culture of EverQuest into World of Warcraft. That decision was a fateful one. It brought a lot of harm to a lot of people, and it sucked to realize, but the information Blizzard needed to avoid these things was already there. It was always there. In my book, when I wrote this book and was researching it, I wanted to see where these guys came from. What was the origins of the culture that Blizzard decided to bring into their game? And when I talked to Alex Afrasiabi's former EverQuest raiders, his guildmates, the people that he played with, they described a terrible environment like characterized by the same kinds of abuse of power and even sexual misconduct that would come to typify Alex Afrasiabi's tenure at Blizzard, right? All of the things that he's been accused of. And that means that all the information was out there when Blizzard hired him in 2003. It took 17 years for him to leave. Goodness knows how much damage done in the interim. But it didn't have to be this way, right? These were decisions made at high levels. And the other guy I mentioned, Jeff Kaplan, probably a bigger name at this point, and while he has not been accused of any specific misconduct, we have to acknowledge that this guy went by Tiggle Biddies as his public name for years and years. He posted as a Blizzard employee with the name Tiggle Biddies for years. And it's crazy to think that someone would do that, but just try and imagine not just the terrible environment that would have to exist at a company for someone to feel comfortable doing that, right? For putting their name out there like that. So there was a whole bunch of decisions that were made that brought us to this point, and the fact that there's apologies made after the fact, that's not enough for restitution, right? So, where does that leave us, really? Where does that leave us as fans? If somebody doesn't want to play Blizzard games anymore, I totally understand, absolutely. I can't blame them. But, I'm here, aren't I? We're all here in this room. We're talking about the World of Warcraft, and that means that we care about this thing. We're invested in it, and we're here because WoW matters to us, and our characters matter to us, right? Our characters are they're a reflection of who we are, of the choices that we've made, of the values that we have, and our guilds matter too. Our guilds have their own histories. They're our friends. Often in some cases, they're some of our oldest friends for over a decade at this point, and the relationships that we make in games are as real as anything else in this goofy world, and that's never been more clear than it has during the pandemic. So I really believe that I believe that the people in this room, right, we want the World of Warcraft to be a better place. We want this to be a more welcoming community. We want to atone or expunge in some way these terrible things that happen. And that is going to be a collective effort. It's not something that we can do by logging in or not logging in. It's not something that we can do alone. It has to be a collective project to make our guilds better, to make our communities better, and to say that this kind of behavior, or even the inklings of this kind of behavior, absolutely can't be tolerated. We have to respect all people at all times, and it's not hard to do that at all as a person, but it's hard to build a community that holds that up as a universal value. It's much harder than holding that value yourself. So that is the project. That is the project that we all have to take on. No, it's not our responsibility to atone for things that other people did, but we all want this to be better, and that means that we need to keep our friends close. And importantly, we can't look to Blizzard for guidance, because they created these problems, right? They've created these whole issues, and any future that this game has, any healthy and positive future this game has, will come from us. It has to come from our efforts, because they've made clear that they can't fix it. And if we're being honest right now, the decades of goodwill that Blizzard built up through all of their various games, that's basically gone at this point. No one trusts them anymore, especially because they talked a big game on these issues for years and years, right? They led the player base to believe that they were aligned in terms of wanting the community to be a better place. And it turned out that wasn't true, and that really hurts. But the answer to that is to bring these positive values forward ourselves. And that means that but that also means that we control the value here, because to whatever value remains in the World of Warcraft is not in the company. It's not in the software. It's in our guilds. It's in our relationships. It's in our communities and the people that represent them, because without us and without those groups, the game isn't anything. And that gives us a measure of power. It gives us a measure of influence in this thing. And this is a time to figure out how to use that power, how to figure out how to use our relationships to advocate for ourselves, to make the community a better place. And I would be remiss for not mentioning this because it's Labor Day after all, but to stand in solidarity with Blizzard workers who are fighting a really tough fight against a very determined parent company who still doesn't believe at this case that they did anything wrong. So any success that those workers have in organizing, any improvements that they can make to their working conditions and to their relationships will only benefit us. It will only make the game a better place, to make Blizzard a better place. A wise, older MMO veteran once told me something that's very important that I've always tried to live by. He said that nothing in games is forever. There will come a day, however many years in the future, where none of us plays this game anymore. We'll play other games, we'll do other things, we'll have other important things going in our lives. Nothing about MMOs is forever in the game itself, but the relationships we have are forever. So on the day that we don't play this game anymore, the only thing that will matter, this guy told me, is the friends that we made. It doesn't matter how, the bosses that we killed, the gear that we won or lost, all of that falls away. And the only thing that matters at the end of the day and in the long term is the relationships that you had with people, the things that you did together and the friends that you made along the way. And, that's the truest thing I've ever heard about MMOs, right? The people, the reason I play World of Warcraft is because of the people that I get to play it with. And I feel very fortunate that Classic has introduced me to a whole new slate of people, a whole new slate of friends that I never would have met from situations all around this country people that I never would have encountered in my day-to-day life. and they're my friends, and I value all of them. And the lesson here is for everybody to treasure the people in your lives. That means your friends, that means your family, that means your guildmates, that means the strangers that you run through Steam Vaults with. Everybody that you meet in the world of Warcraft and in real life has value. And the older I get, the more I appreciate how the things that you do and the people that you meet always come back to you. Things in the world have a way of, even when you think they're gone, of cropping up again. And it's always so cool and rewarding when that happens. So I want to encourage everybody here to keep the people in your life close, to value them the way you value yourself, to keep them healthy, to nurture them. And I want to thank you for all being a part of this event, for coming out to hear about the World of Warcraft and for celebrating this game that we love so much together. I hope that you all had an amazing time this weekend at PAX. I hope that you all stay safe and you stay healthy. And I'm so pleased to be able to come back to this. I've missed all of you incredibly the last couple years. I've missed these events. And I'm just feeling very full of love seeing everyone up here. So I want to thank you for being a part of this event, for celebrating this game. I hope you had a great weekend at PAX. I hope you enjoy your Labor Day. And I hope you enjoy your time in Azeroth. As always, I try to end all of these talks the same way, which is reminding all of you, as Bill and Ted once said, to be excellent to each other. There's really no higher value in this world of ours than treating other people with respect and dignity. There's no better reward than having that love and respect reflected back onto you. So I want to thank you all very much for being a part of this. Normally, at the end of these talks, I would bust out my book and say, oh, you can come up and buy a book, and you can get the book signed, and you can do all that. But with the social distancing requirements, we can't really do that right now. So if you are interested in picking up a copy of Blood Plagues and Endless Raids, the 100 Million Lives in the World of Warcraft, the popular history of WoW, please, by all means, do so online or at your local bookseller. And otherwise, I hope you have an amazing time in WoW. I hope you have an amazing time at PAX. If any of you want to talk about, I don't really do a Q&A because I don't want to put it on you to come up with questions to try and entertain everybody. But if you want to talk about anything about WoW or ask any kind of questions, I would be thrilled to do that afterwards. Thank you so much, everybody. I hope you have a wonderful time at PAX, and thank you.
See, look, the door's closed. Hello.
And up next sign.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
All right, everyone. Good afternoon.
Thanks for
Hi.
joining us. This is awesome.
Thank you all so much for coming out. We are all representing Seattle Extra Life today. We're going to go over what Extra Life is, how you can get involved in supporting your favorite Children's Miracle Network hospital, and hopefully answering any questions you all have and making sure you're all ready to get started. We'll start with introductions. My name is Jamie, everyone. Nice to meet you all. Also known as Once a Clockwise Child on Twitch. I am our Seattle Extra Life Guild president. I have to do a switch. Hang on. There
Hey, everyone. My name's Tim, the Dreaded Champ. I am also part of the Seattle Extra Life. I am the streamer relations lead. So it's my job to just make sure if you have any questions or concerns within our Discord or through our email address that you get taken care of. Been doing Extra Life for 8 years now, over 11,000 that I've raised since 2014. And yeah, that's my intro.
One more time. Hang on. There we go.
Hi, everybody. My name is Mike Turian. I work at Wizards of the Coast, and as part of working at Wizards, I'm one of the team captains there, raising money. Last year, Wizards was the #1 team raising money for Extra Life throughout the country, so I was super excited about that, and I'm super happy to talk with you all today about Extra Life because I've been involved with the charity for, I think, the past 7 years, and it's been a wonderful experience, so I'm looking forward to today's talk.
Just want to remind you all as well that after our panel, if you are at PAX in person, we've got a table. N7 is our booth number. We're on the 4th floor, and we're like the only ones on that hallway. We've got a bright blue table, so come visit us there too if you guys have other questions or want to just drop by. Going over an overview of what Extra Life is, we are a gaming charity fundraising organization. We support Children's Miracle Network hospitals through the power of gaming. Our main website looks like this, and then Tim, if it's okay with you, I'd love to use your page actually as a really nice example. When you guys log in here, you can do a couple things. If you're someone that's supporting someone on Extra Life and you know their name, you can just type their name in the search bar and they should show up like this. All right. You can also customize your Extra Life page to do a few things. Number one, you can pick one of over 170 Children's Miracle Network hospitals across the US, Canada, and even Australia now. You can also take a quick look at where exactly that money goes. 100% of all donations fundraised go directly to your hospital, so that means supporting your patients and patient families every single time. You can also do things like add milestones. You can see like where you're at next. We'll talk about the gold medal in like a second too. And you can even add where you were at last year to see if you can top your fundraising goals from the year previously. And you can add your Twitch stream. Last but not least, my favorite one over here, you can add incentives for your audience to get involved as well. And if anyone has questions online too, I've also got our Twitch pulled up. So those of you watching at home, thank you for joining us. And if you have questions, you can ask there too. How is it like adding your Extra Life page for the first time?
It was actually pretty simple. They give you pretty much a standard template, has some basic information, and then from there, it's really easy just to, I added the top and bottom pictures and just maybe changed a couple wordings a little bit, make sure that everyone that comes to my page sees that it is for Seattle Children's, which is the hospital I choose to support. The incentive is something I just kind of created recently. They actually allowed us to start doing that recently, so I was just like, hey, $50 and you get to pick a color and I'll throw a bunch of beads of that color in my hair. I've had some people do the actual amount, but no one's just picked the color yet, so I'm like, okay, we'll see how it goes. We're still, it goes until the end of the year, and we just kind of keep cycling it over and over, so it's going pretty well so far. But it's really simple, and even if you choose not to add any extra splash, it's a great content. It just kind of lays it out for you. And then you just start sending that out to friends, families, followers, whoever that wants to know. So it's actually pretty cool.
I'm always surprised at who actually ends up seeing the page and who ends up donating. Usually on my end, it's people that I haven't spoken with for 7 years, but they love you and they love what you're doing and they know that it's going to be supporting our hospital. So There is no risk. You're never at a loss when you create your donation page, is what I always love to tell people. And you're always surprised at who comes through. Mike, what was it like making your page for the first time? Do you remember?
I would say it was intimidating. I'm not somebody who's great with technology, but then actually when I started making the page, like Tim said, it was actually pretty straightforward. It pre-populates with some nice stories, and then I just used that and built off of it. One thing that I did too was I hooked up my fundraising with Facebook. Facebook has a lot of nice fundraising features, and so the text that I wrote for Facebook, I actually used and put onto my own page. So that way, I was both making the post on Facebook, but then when you got to the page itself, you could read that same story. So, and being involved over the years too, it's nice because I just save my content from past years, and that way I can set it up again and again, and it just gets easier and easier.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, and it makes it just really simple. Just to, the story doesn't change so much as how you start, so it's just really easy just to make sure that everyone knows how you start and then just how you're continuing on.
Yeah, for sure.
I have a very different story.
Oh, okay.
Both of you, yeah. When I first made my Extra Life page back in 2016, I actually found Extra Life by coming to PAX for the first time. And when I made my page, I don't think I have Wi-Fi. Like proper Wi-Fi. I had just moved to a new apartment. So we actually have a 24-hour game day, which happens in November, so it's coming up pretty soon. And you can choose to stream for 24 hours if you would like to. I decided that was a great idea without Wi-Fi. I don't actually know if it streamed. I don't know what happened. But my page was set up, and it was really easy for me to re-register the next year. For all of you that are Extra Lifers out there, please do remember that every single year you do need to re-register, okay? So if you did Extra Life 2020, 2019, I don't know, 2005, all of those things, please make sure that you go back and you re-register. I don't even think that was an option, but even if it was, please just make sure you re-register for 2021. Something really cool I want to show you guys is when you register for Extra Life, I'm just going to pretend like I'm signing up. That's okay. Let's just pretend. I know, sorry, I am a captain. That's true.
Yeah, you gotta sign out first.
That's true. So once again, you should see Extra Life 2021. If you already have an account, it might show you your past years, like 2020. If you were part of Extra Life United, which is an international event that happens every single year, it might show up there, but 2021 is the one we're looking for. And I think I need to log out to log back in. While I'm doing that, do you guys mind talking to everyone about teams?
Yeah, so I am just part of a team. Our team name is actually called the One-Ups. Our team captain is Geektimus Prime. He's the one that actually got me introduced to Extra Life back in 2013. That first year I kind of visited him and his friends. They were all gathered together and basically just had all their PCs, Xboxes, PlayStations all set up in one person's house, and we just gamed for 24 hours, which was pretty awesome. I didn't stay the entire time, but then the next year, 2014, I hosted them at my place. Basically just cleared out a whole bunch of furniture and just like let it all loose. I had a switch to make sure everybody can connect to the internet, and it's really easy to set up a team. One person basically just creates their own account, and then right after that, they can create a team and then just start inviting all your friends that want to be part of Extra Life as well. So it's just really easy just to be all together. You don't have to be in the same room. You can be across the country, across the world, but you're all raising money for a different hospital, but you're joining together as a team to see how well each of you do. And it kind of makes it fun to be a little bit of competition too, to see who can raise the most and just bragging rights for the next year. So there's always that.
Yeah, actually one of our team members and I have been arguing back and forth about who's going to raise more. Right now I'm currently losing, so if you all see my Extra Life page, please consider a donate so I can win again. Max, I know you're out there. Mike, are you part of a team too?
Oh, yes. So the team I fundraise for is the Magic the Gathering team. I think we're actually a super team, which is something that Extra Life set up. But one of the things that Jamie was showing off that you can do is, just like you can search for a player in that search bar, you can just search for a team too. So I think if you type in like Magic the Gathering, it'll even pop up. And so much like, I guess then you have to navigate over to teams.
Yeah, you have to do that first.
Right, and maybe it's Wizards of the Coast. But yeah, so, there it is, thank you. And so, yeah, you can just join the team. Like a lot of times, so many people love playing Magic that we have people from all over the country joining our team, and it's like their local game store that's doing an event, or they're just getting together, like a group and maybe playing a Magic event that is fundraising for Extra Life. So, and then they just join our team, and that's wonderful, and that money just all adds up. And like Jamie was highlighting, one of the great things is, like, even though Wizards, like our donations themselves go to Seattle Children's Hospital, because it's all across the country, whatever hospital the individual is interested in fundraising for, their money goes right to that hospital that they're passionate about. So that's a really great feature.
Yeah, it's really cool that, like, it doesn't matter, as long as you're all part of the team, each of you have, like, I do Seattle Children's, but Jamie does a different hospital, but we are still part of the Seattle Extra Life Guild, because Extra Life is over-encompassing thing that we're all being here together for, so it's pretty great.
Yeah, and one other tip that we do is we actually set up extralife.wizards.com. You can also set up like a lot of times the URLs aren't as pithy as that, but you can use a service and actually set up a redirect to your own page. So we use extralife.wizards.com, and then that directs directly to our page, and that's great because that's just it's easy and fun to say.
Yeah, it makes it really simple.
Yeah, I really appreciate how simple it is to sign up and share our pages. When you go and sign up, if you have not done this before, or if you're re-registering, please let me go. Let me go. Okay, perfect. You can either log into your old account, and then you can re-sign in that way. I will not do that because it will know that I already registered. You just go ahead and you fill out a lot of this stuff, right? So I'm just gonna pretend like this is me, and I'm going to just put in an email that I think I have that has not been used yet. Actually, that's a lie. I don't think I can do that. Do you have an email you haven't used yet? Because I think I used all of them to make our PAX
To make all
page.
the ones that we're currently using.
By our table, actually, that's the last one that I think I ended up using. So let's just go ahead and make our guild one. The guild one. I'm using all of them. Literally all of them. My childhood email, see if that works. Great, perfect. When you then log in, you can either choose between Classic or Platinum. Classic, you can just go ahead and move forward. Platinum gives you some extra special goods. If you do raise over a certain amount, you'll be sent things like stickers, t-shirts, medals like this one over here as well once you hit your fundraising goals.
Yeah, we had actually a pretty cool incentive back in 2019. If you were one of the first 200 or 300 people that raised $5,000, you actually got an Extra Life branded gaming chair. And we actually had one at PAX, and everyone was just coming by taking a picture of it. People wanted to buy that one. We're like, sorry, it's not for sale. We got to ship it back. But we actually had someone in our Seattle Guild that actually was able to raise enough to get that, and then he sent us a big picture with him just kind of chilling in his chair, and you could just see it. It was pretty awesome to try to get to that goal. I was a little bit more than halfway there, but
really?
Yeah,
oh, wow.
I wasn't, but there's just no way. What I got was I felt like I was pushing it. I was basically just emailing everybody, family, friends, coworkers, all alike. It was just Facebook and just emails, just hey guys, I'm almost there, just a little bit more. But no, it was great though. But it's kind of cool to see, how everyone comes together to try to, basically bring each other up and just be successful in this, because it is all for the kids, and it's all just we're trying to play games to heal kids, and it's kids can't wait, so it's just it's just great. So
yeah. There are also a lot of other, speaking of which, I'll just go over there now, other incentives. So just like you saw on Tim's channel, when you are making your own page, you can have incentives that your own audience can get involved in. Same with Mike's page. I know he does a lot of that as well with Magic. So when he reaches a certain fundraising goal, he's able to unleash an incentive. Extra Life, like Tim mentioned, also gives you some incentives to work for. Right now, in the top right-hand corner, our heartbeat dice is the big one right now. So if you do raise $150 before September 18th now, you can get your very own set of heartbeat dice. We also have that gaming chair that Tim was mentioning, the medal that's right up here, and they do send you some shirts as well, whether it's for ELU, our international event, or, you know, part of an incentive that goes along with it. They've also sent really cute things like coloring books before, or a light board box. There's always something new that they're sending out, which is really cool.
And it's really cool that they change the t-shirt design every year, so if you continually get it, you always have like a different t-shirt, and it has like the year, and it's usually a community-based design, so it's not always just corporate branded, but like someone within the community usually designs and they pick it, and they have a huge drawing for it. And so it's actually a pretty cool way to get involved, even if you're not actively fundraising, but just getting involved with the Discord and just being part of it and just seeing like what you can do to try to help out any way you can. So it's pretty great.
A community member made our shirts today.
Yeah.
It's really cute. All right, so once again, when you guys are signing up, you can be an individual. You can choose to join a team or create a team as well. If you create a team, you become the captain, and other people can search for your team and join as well. I'll just be an individual for right now and move on to the next step. And then just like we were talking about earlier, you can set your own fundraising goal to whatever it is you would like it to be, but it does need to be at least 100, and don't worry, it's easier to get there than you think. You can then choose to make a donation if you would like to get your campaign started or not. And then the really important one is choosing your mission hospital. So you can pick wherever like closest to you. For example, if you want to put in your zip code, and it will tell you which one is closest to you. Or you can pick a completely different hospital. Sometimes people like to think like a hospital that is close to their heart, but they're not physically near. Maybe they have somebody in their lives where they know that their child is receiving treatment at that hospital, etc. For me, I do all of my in-person volunteering clearly here in Seattle, but I do not play for Seattle Children's, so it's a really fun way to get involved with multiple hospitals. You don't have to limit yourself just to one hospital every single time. And then after that, it's pretty straightforward. After that, your event page is made. And once again, you can choose to do whatever you want with it. You can just send it out to people, coworkers, friends, family, just let them know, hey, I'm doing this really awesome thing, please support me. And again, 100% of those donations go straight to your hospital. You can also choose to be a streamer, like some of us are here at this panel, and that way you can also have your audience get involved that way. We also have some friends that used to just do like small get-togethers, and then everyone just chips in to support the hospital. You can there's endless opportunities. I remember, Mike, after we went to Wizards of the Coast to visit you guys, we did a corn maze event. And that was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. But it all goes, once again, to your hospital, no matter what you choose to do.
Yeah, and I'm one of those said streamers. I stream for 24 hours straight. We usually start about Saturday in the morning, around 9 or so, and then we go until Sunday at the same time. It is a challenge. Doing it for the 8 years so far. Make sure you stay hydrated. You got to get up and take breaks. You know, the main thing is just mostly just being up. You don't necessarily have to physically game the whole time, but because I am streaming, I typically am the entire time. You know, minus the breaks that are needed. But it's a lot of fun. You get some really good people that kind of jump in. Maybe their stream ended and they send their followers over to you. And just keeping it going, and make sure you get healthy, good food. Not just the beef jerky that I did the first year. Like that wasn't a good idea, but like making sure you just get like fruits and veggies, lots of water. Whether that's vitamin water or just anything, just stay hydrated. But it's like I said, it's definitely a challenge, but you feel good afterwards. I always take Monday off afterwards because I need to recover. It's a lot of waking hours because by the time you're all said and done setting up, it can easily be 36 hours that you're up instead of just 24. So
I tend to keep going like after the 24 and then go all the way to the 36. Actually, Tim, my favorite food-related stream that you had was back, I think it was 2019. You had your fruits, you had your veggies, and then you also had your Bean Boozled beans for a $5 donation.
So yeah, and I will be doing that again this year. So there's two different types. There's just like the regular Bean Boozled where you get like 10 good flavors, and then there's like 10 bad flavors, and they look identical. So you think you're getting like a blueberry, but it's toothpaste, or you think you're getting chocolate, and it's what was it, like stinky socks or something like that. So
we had fish one time.
Yeah, there was a fish
worst.
one too, which was that wasn't good. But yeah, so if I do a donation, I do an incentive where for every $5, I'll just eat a random one. And then I also have the Fiery 5 challenge. So it's all the hot ones. So it starts at like jalapeno, like cayenne, and it goes all the way up to like Carolina Reaper. And so for those, I do $10. And last year, someone donated $300 to me, and they said, yes, all Fiery 5. So I started just eating them in just like bunches of 5 because I was like, I can't do one at a time. Like if I do one at a time, I would be here forever. So I just started doing 5 at a time, and then I was very thankful to get the toothpaste afterwards because it just kind of cleansed the palate. It was great. You would think that was a bad one to get, but I was like, yes, I feel like I have fresh breath again after that stinky sock. But it's just kind of a fun thing to kind of just keep the stream going and, just generate more money because you get to see my reactions on camera as I'm eating something that's really nasty or really, really hot. So.
Hey, I'd love to see, just by show of hands, how many people here are already involved in Extra Life. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, and if you do have questions, just feel free to. You can just step up to the microphone.
Mic is open.
And we'll be happy to answer them then. For going back to how we got involved in Extra Life, right? That was for me. It was Wizards was involved with Extra Life through Dungeons and Dragons, and actually the person who ran the Dungeons and Dragons events announced that they were leaving Wizards. And I thought to myself, oh no, who's gonna run this event? Who's gonna run this Extra Life event? Because it was just such a fantastic activity that we would do every year. And whenever you have the who's going to do that thought in your life, the answer turns out inevitably to be you. You are the answer to that question. And so I reached out to him and we connected. And before he had given, I don't know, 2 weeks or 3 weeks notice. And before he left, we connected, and I sort of just got the download of everything that was going on, and I found that, you know what, like there were so many people that were just willing to jump in. That's just, to me, jump in and say yes. It's been one of the most rewarding things about being part of Extra Life is the number of people who reach out to you, who want to help, who want to, support this great cause. And, I went from like knowing nothing to having a group of people who knew nothing. And that group of people, like together, year after year, we made it happen. So, and just really grew a great effort and for a great cause.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, it's amazing to see like how many relationships just bud out of your support with Extra Life and the communities that you end up creating and engaging with. Again, you can never, ever, ever be at a loss. That's probably one of my favorite parts. The last thing I wanted us to talk about before we get into some questions, because I'm getting some in the chat and I'm getting some through our Discord as well, which I really appreciate. And then, of course, open up the floor to you all here as well. It's just guilds, right? Because I think what often happens at conventions is we see this awesome table, we like see some people at a panel, and we're just like, huh, that was cool. Now what? What do I do? So guilds are a really great way to stay connected, okay? So every single Children's Miracle Network hospital might have a guild. What that looks like is you have a representative that actually works at Seattle Children's that then communicates, maybe sends out newsletters, maybe just tries to contact you through email, etc., and gets you guys involved together. If you are anywhere in Washington State and you are an Extra Lifer supporting any of our 3 Children's Miracle Network hospitals, you are all under the Seattle Extra Life Guild. Welcome. At our guilds, you have those smaller places to engage online with each other and have smaller events, as well as do all this beautiful in-person volunteering, whether that's at conventions, we have immunoanniversary events, we also have our Game On event that's happening again this year, where we actually get to play with our patients and patient families, part of a live stream event that is also part of our 24-hour game day event as well, okay? So that way, if you guys want to get involved with our guild, you want to find our Discord, you want to make sure you stay in touch, please let us know in the chat or in person, and then we would love to make sure you stay connected with us as well.
Yeah, the event where we go down to Seattle Children's, right? That's always super meaningful because, a lot of times when you're doing fundraising and helping out, you're sort of, you know it's for a good cause, you know it's worthwhile, but you don't actually necessarily get to see the impact. But when we go down to Seattle Children's, you get to actually meet with patients who love playing, you get to hear their stories, right? You get to hear from their families, their parents, about how the money that we raise actually made their lives better. And so to me, that's always one of the most meaningful events of the year.
Yeah, definitely. Every single time we go by the Cure Center as well, it's just realizing and recognizing, like, we help make that in a way. Yeah. And it's so impactful. Like Mike said too, just the stories that you get to hear from some of our families, some of our patients, the relationships that we get to build over time, like that, it's just really irreplaceable.
Yeah, and with the game on game day, we actually get the chance to play with some of our patients and their families, which is really cool because, they, went through something that was pretty traumatic, and here they are recovering, and they're doing great, and they want to celebrate by playing games with a bunch of people that kind of help them get better. So It's always super fun to see their faces. Even just throughout PAX for this weekend, we've had some patients that were volunteering with us at our table. So it's kind of really good to see them and just like see how they're doing and just, having fun, and we're all enjoying PAX together, and we're all just having a good time. So it's pretty great.
And once again, if you want to get involved with your guild, just let us know in person or in the chat. Every single Children's Miracle Network hospital has the opportunity to have a guild. And then when you make your Extra Life page, it'll link you to the national Discord. So if you still can't find anybody in there, check out the national Discord and just let people know on the online family channel, hey, I'm looking for my community, okay? All right, you guys ready for some questions?
Yeah,
I'm
let's
so excited about these. All right, I will start with, I think this one, Mike, you'll have a lot of insight on, and then Tim, since you actually work with a hospital yourself, I think you might have something as well.
Okay.
This question is, what are some ways I can get my company involved?
Right. So it's definitely, I think that's a pretty common question of, oh, I work at a place and I'm interested. I think to me, there's different levels, right? Like a lot of times it's, hey, depending on the size of your company, okay, I'd like to use some physical space when you're actually in the office, and set up, a tabletop game day, or I'd like to use some of the equipment to play video games and host an event, right? And so I really do encourage starting small in that way of, okay, like, picking a weekend, picking a day, and inviting people in your company to that event, right? And so, and that's, I think, a great first year, right? I think a lot of times when people think about, oh, I want to fundraise, a lot of times and I'm going to change the world, is their like initial ambition, which I think is both wonderful and overly ambitious. I think that a lot of times just starting small, saying, hey, I'm going to bite off something that I can accomplish, right? I'm going to have a stream, I'm going to host a game day, getting permission from your company to have it there, and then also getting permission to invite people to attend. And that's a great year one. And the thing is like at Wizards, the year I took over Extra Life for Magic, we had raised $25,000, which is an amazing amount of money.
Yeah.
And then with the help of the group I was talking about, we raised $45,000. And then the next year it was $65,000. But the actual thing that was happening is we were making T-shirts, and we were getting everybody involved of, oh, hey, this organizer at Gen Con or at PAX is running some magic events, and they heard about Extra Life, and they'd love to donate the proceeds to Extra Life, right? And so, and then so that turned $65,000 into $75,000. And then, through amazing generosity of Wizards, we got to actually make a product that we sold and use the proceeds from that product. We donated, I think, $30 from every sale or some such. And then we started raising millions of dollars because all of a sudden, like, you had the power of Wizards and Magic the Gathering behind it, and of course our amazing fans. But that was year 5 or year 6.
Yeah.
Like that was not year 1. Year 1 was, hey, we are going to take some space in this in our building, and we're gonna invite people to come and play and fundraise, right? And so that's the step that I think that is so crucial, is just, okay, getting that first step going of, all right, I'm going to reach out to people, I'm going to make it happen, because you learn so much along the way.
Yeah, I have to say that the Magic the Gathering with the My Little Pony was amazing. Like, that was like, I had some friends that were like, can you get me some of these? I was like, I cannot. Like, if you didn't get these, like, I'm sorry. Like, that was like a one-run thing, and it was, that one by far was just like, I saw how much that blew up, and I was like, I mean, you guys put together an awesome product and just blended that together with Magic the Gathering, and I was like, this is the best. Like, that was very cool.
I kid you not, we were all seriously in our own Discord too, being like, hey, I think all this is sold out. I really want one. Like, literally, even within our own community, trying to support it. It was just incredible how quickly it took off.
I I am fortunate that I can say that I actually work for Seattle Children's. I've been there for 2 years as an employee and 3 years as a contractor. So it's been really cool to actually see where these funds are going, because I had been doing, I've been doing Extra Life for 8 years. So 3 years prior to me even knowing what Seattle Children's even looked like, I was just like, hey, this is my local children's hospital. This sounds great. I want to help kids. Yeah, let's raise money for them. That's great. And then getting the opportunity to tour the hospital, it really opened up to where I can actually see what my fundraising is actually doing. Like, see the kids that are in a room where there is a gaming station where they could just hang out together, or see the different accommodations that they get within the hospital, and just know that, like, this whole wing is all kids, and they're all getting treatments for something. And yes, the money that I'm directly raising will come and help these kids get better so they can go back outside and be part of society. So seeing that just made me even more excited. And then being able to, once I told my boss about it, he was very adamant that I started sending emails to the entire company. And I was like, that seems a bit excessive. He's like, well, okay, maybe just this building. And I was like, that I will do. So that's how I fundraise. Like, I hit up my coworkers, because everyone is there. We're all there for the same mission. We're all there to help kids in one way or another. It is a nonprofit or hospital. So being able to just generate money and do things for them, you're already committed to it, but then to go the extra step to do something to help those kids by additionally giving back to them is even better, because it's just like you're doing something on both ends. And so for these last few years, it's just like, hey, I let my coworkers know that my game day is going on. Some of them jump in the chat, some of them donate. I make sure that they get an email as the game day coming. So we're just in the first couple weeks, or first week of September. So starting in about a couple weeks, I'm gonna start emailing them like every couple weeks to be like, hey, just a reminder, don't forget I'm doing this. And so you get a lot of support from your coworkers, because they know it's important to you, and it's just a really great way to just keep things going. So that's how I do things.
I honestly just needed to sit back for a second, realizing it's September. Game day, again, and most of our larger events for Extra Life, this is a perfect time to register and sign up, because a lot of things do happen in early autumn, and then especially in November. But you can fundraise all the way up until December 31st, 11:59:59, all the way through. But gosh, it's September.
Yeah, I fundraise all year round. So I actually start in January, and usually as soon as the registration opens up, I usually get in there, create my page, and make sure that I can get my username, and I'll just donate to myself just to start off, because it's always good to just have something in your thing. It just makes you feel like that you have so much, so much further to go, and it actually makes it feel good that it's like, okay, even if it's just what I put in, this is still going to help kids at whichever hospital. And then usually around my birthday, I tell all my family and friends, don't give me anything, just donate to my page. It makes it really nice, and it's just it's super simple. And then just hitting everybody up. It can be daunting. It can sound like, oh my God, I don't want to bug people, but it's so easy for people to just delete it if they don't care. It's so send it. It's do not hesitate, because like Jamie's saying, the worst they can say is no, or just don't respond, which is well, at least I sent it still. I sent it to 800 people. If I get 5 responses, that could be easily $500. You never know. It's just so I can understand that it's hard to be in a comfort zone, and that's a step outside of it, but it's easier to get the no. It's just easier just to just send it out and just worry about the rest of it later.
Yeah, when I do send out an email, I BCC everybody in my address book, which includes the car repair company, right? Just basically anybody who's ever emailed me, right? So I feel like it's a little bit of just okay, you've contacted me in my life.
If you're gonna spam me.
Right. If you're gonna spam me with all of your coupons,
Yeah.
right? this is actually for a good cause. I'll send you I'll send you one email in the year. And then also too, just like, I invite everyone who's Facebook friends with me, right? Which Facebook it's a little slow on Facebook. You have to do that one at a time. But it really pays off because, that promotion, and they get updates. And one of the things actually I found to be super effective, both because it makes me feel good and I know it makes the people feel recognized, is when I do get a donation, I make a post on Facebook about it. I tag that person in the post. Typically, I've asked them ahead of time to make sure that's okay with them, right? But almost always, those thank you posts are the -- way I end up getting additional people, because it's just like people appreciate being thanked. They see that maybe they'll be thanked, and it builds sort of awareness and that good feeling and that an online momentum. So I always really like thanking people.
Definitely. It's such a, like you just said, like a small thing that can just really, really add up really quickly. And no matter what, it's getting the word out there, right? And knowing that 100% of our efforts are supporting our kids and families, then like that hospital also sees that, and everyone involved also sees that. It makes a huge impact on the community, whether that is through a monetary donation or not. The other thing too is, like, Tim, when you said like, oh yeah, you end up doing things that you never would have thought of. Like, I was thinking the exact same thing. Like, Extra Life, I feel like you end up doing things that you probably never would have before. Like, maybe eating all of the beans in the Bean Boozled Challenge was not something we thought of beforehand. But it's really great. It does push your horizons. It does, like, give you more friendships and opportunities and engagement with communities that maybe you wouldn't have had that easily of a connection with before. This question I'm super excited about. This question is, why do you Extra Life?
See, this is a cool thing, because like for me, like I started because my friend was like, "Hey man, we're gonna be gaming for 24 hours. You want to join us?" I was like, "Yes." What are we doing? Like, where are we doing this? He's like, "Oh, it's I didn't think you were gonna say yes." I was like, well, "You just said gaming for 24 hours. Like, that sounds amazing." I mean, that's all we're gonna do, like, for a day? And I was like, "Yeah, let's do this." So, yeah, he pointed me to the website, and like I said, I didn't actually fundraise the first 2 years, just because I wanted just to kind of be part of it, and I wanted to just hang out and just have fun. And I still stayed up for the most part, but it was just like, no, I just wanted to see what this is like. And then I was like, okay, it's time to pull the trigger and really just start leaning into this. And I haven't looked back. Like, this is so much fun. Like, we make an event out of it ourselves. Like, we do our best. It's been hard these last couple years, but we try to make sure that we all have a chance to just actually get together and do this together as a team. Like, I'll go to Costco, just buy all the snacks, and just like everybody remembers, like, just whatever. We're just gonna have fun, and we're just gonna hang out together. And we're actually able to hold each other accountable and keep each other awake, and like make sure we all get coffee and energy drinks. And so, me starting it was just on a whim of being able to play games for 24 hours. Bonus, being able to play games and heal kids. It was just like the icing on the cake, and I was like, yes, this is great.
But it's really changed your life, right? I mean, now you work at Seattle Children's.
Yeah,
do you think that would have happened?
Like, I don't see, like, I didn't ever imagine that I would have actually started working at Seattle Children's. Like, that was just like a shot in the dark, opportunity rise, and I applied, and I got it, and I was like, sweet. So it was just kind of like, I never realized how important these hospitals are until you actually start working for one. Yes, it's always good to just kind of see, yes, I want to send money there. And even being able to, like I said, like tour the hospital, like you really do get to see all the ins and out. And it's just great. And just being able to just have that connection of what it is you're doing is always important. And it keeps you going because there's a direct correlation to what you're doing and the outcome. So it's pretty good.
Yeah, for me, getting involved was, I think, a combination of things. Like I talked about sort of the, my coworker leaving Wizards. I'm a dad of 3 kids. Fortunately, we've never needed the services of Seattle Children's Hospital. However, like, just being a dad, you immediately have, it just really changes you, I think, as a person, and just how you think about things and the media you consume. And so it all of a sudden like just made the need for, children's health like just that much more present and aware to me. So that was a big part of it. And then, a number of my coworkers, they have kids who have used the services of Seattle Children's, right? And so hearing their stories and what their families went through and how Seattle Children's helped them, that was pretty meaningful. So those were a couple of the things. And then, like Tim said, I think one of the things I love about Extra Life is the connection to gaming, right? Like, I've been playing games, since I was, 5 or 6, and I remember playing on a Commodore 64,
Yeah.
right? And so the fact that, I can do something I love, which is playing games, and do good in the world is just like an amazing combination that Extra Life really offers. And so that was super appealing to me. How about you, Jamie?
What's a Commodore 64?
You have to go to the
Yes,
classic console room
You're
here.
gonna have to Google that one.
Try to find one here. No, actually, really similar to you all, it was really a why not. Like I said, I found the table back in 2016. And when someone asked me, like, hey, do you want to support Children's Miracle Network hospitals through gaming? I was like, wait, I can play games and support patient and patient families? Yeah, absolutely. And ever since then, I became a teacher. I'm a grad school student right now at UW. You probably saw I always use that same zip code because I'm like, hey, I still go to school here. No matter what, I'm just going to use this one, right? And yeah, it's just really remarkable every single year, feeling like it's more and more and more important. Now that I'm a teacher, I teach middle school and high school, and just seeing the impact and just knowing that a lot of my kids are also receiving services and have a relation to Seattle Children's just makes me want to just do more and more and more for my hospital as well. And it's just keep going, why not, every single year. All right, so I have a few more questions online, but I also want to invite everybody, since we've only got 20 minutes left, in person, if you want to also join on the microphone, go ahead and ask us away. We'd love that.
Hello, can you hear me? Is this okay? I just wanted to pause because I wasn't sure if anyone else wanted to ask questions. This isn't a question, just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for holding the space. One of my goals coming to this convention was to learn something new that I can bring back to my students. And so, what does it look like to get my students involved with Extra Life? I think you all might know that an e-community on campuses is growing. And so what does it look like to bridge that with this? And so, yeah, just wanted to say thank you. Really appreciate this, and definitely walking away with some things. Yeah.
Very cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming in. I love that you're also an educator and want to get your students involved. There are tons of ways to get scholars involved. How old are your students?
So I work at Seattle U, and
Yeah.
they're all higher ed students, and most folks do like dance marathon, and that's like a national thing, and so that's a physical thing, and that's an able-bodied thing, right? And so what does it mean to utilize November, different times of the year to do that stuff? So yeah,
Absolutely.
higher ed.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, we partnered with Dance Marathon this year with Seattle U, and it was so much fun. It was awesome. So we were part of their 24-hour event, and we kind of carried the nighttime section while it was virtual this year. And we would love, love, love to do that again. Especially if you're at that collegiate or higher education space, there are so many teams to join in on, or to even make your own student-run organization, and also just make that part of your experience on campus. So absolutely, your students can make a team, they can get involved, they can support each other, they can also continue teaming up with Dance Marathon and make that part of their experience. There are so many ways. I would love to stay in contact with you and also continue brainstorming, and that's really awesome that you're doing.
Yeah. Sure, if there's a business card, I'd love to grab one or something.
Oh my
or
God,
some
yes,
sort of-
and we have, okay, I'll just leave this up. We got my little contact panel right up here, and then we have even more cards, which will link you to the national email as well. But if anyone wants to just take a picture of this little contact, you can contact all of us here. That first one is the Seattle Guild email. It'll go straight to all of us in leadership at Seattle Guild. The one under that is my Extra Life email. Please feel free to contact me. Again, I am your president, so I will be more than happy to talk with you. And then there is Mike's Twitter, and of course, Tim, our Streamers Relations Lead, email as well.
Yeah.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and another great activity that Extra Life does that Jamie mentioned was there's Extra Life United, which happens in April. And you were talking about getting involved just, from your home. Like, one of the great things about Extra Life United is I think the last 2 years it has been virtual. And so, like, this year you could fundraise and play MTG Arena, or you could play Among Us, or you could play, I think Jack Black even played Among Us. I remember watching him some. That was pretty fun. And they have all of these different video games that you can play and sign up for events on and participate, and just get involved, really straightforward, really easily. And I think that happens is it April each year? Is that right?
It happens the same week as Children's Hospital Week. It's the same exact week. So the exact week for 2022, we're not exactly sure when it'll be happening, but if you follow us on social media, you're following your local children's hospital, you'll absolutely find that there. They're always synced up, and they're usually, again, in April, or springtime. We're in there. Usually when my students have spring break. All right, let's see. Oh, someone in the chat just says, woohoo, the dreaded champ. That was really sweet.
Yes.
So you should know. All right, again, if you guys have other in-person questions, we'd love to take them. We do have a couple more online. This person asks, what kind of games can I play for Extra Life? What counts and what doesn't count?
I mean, you can play whatever. I play on the Xbox. I have some friends that are strictly PC, some of their PlayStation. You can do mobile games on your phone, or any type of handheld game. Board games. We have Tabletop Appreciation Week. We actually just did that, I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, like literally. So Tabletop Appreciation was the last weekend in August. It usually runs around there, but the whole month is dedicated to tabletop.
Yeah, and I have friends that will stream whatever game that they're playing at that time. You can do outdoor games too. Like, it's not strictly just a board game or a PC game. Like, if you wanted to, play like disc golf or something. It's you want to do whatever makes you happy, and do that and let people know about it and get people involved with that. Like, it's about playing a game, and it doesn't have to be, oh, well, I don't stream. It's like, you don't have to stream. Like, that's the great part about it. Like, you can simply just do your thing and just send people email updates or Facebook updates, however you want to contact them. Twitter, Instagram. I have a bunch of friends that are on Instagram. YouTube, you could do it any type of way. None of it has to be recorded. It's just a matter of how much you're communicating with your friends and family, coworkers, followers. So do what works for you. I might do this later, but you had talked about like, oh, have I thought about, because I have a road bike. I recently biked from Silver Lake in Everett to Green Lake downtown. So it was about 40 miles round trip. And some of that, like during that time, I would just stop every now and then, take a quick break. I'd stream like, hey everybody, I'm at like 10 miles in or whatever. Just doing something and just letting everybody know, and just making sure you're always plugging your Extra Life and just bringing awareness. What it is like, do what makes you happy, and the fun will come. Like, it doesn't have to be like, oh, I need to try something new. It's like, nope, you don't have to. Like, do what you want.
I'm super excited about that, because I was really hoping that content would show up on your channel. And no joke, I'm not even kidding. Like, another thing that might help if you feel like you've got a really, really busy schedule, a really, really busy life, I promise you, just like Tim said, do what makes you happy. It'll all work out. What was it, 2019, 2018, one of those game days, I still had homework that was due at the end of the night, and someone just like left the stream running. I kid you not, this is a real story. And all of a sudden, while I was doing my homework for grad school, the chat just started like getting so active. The chat was blowing up. People had all these questions about school, and that's my main content now, is just studying, doing things in education, and having people in the chat going, oh, I'm thinking about going back to school, I'm not really sure, or just I'm feeling nervous about my finals, and everyone just supporting each other. It all works out. I'm not even kidding. All right, guys, let's see. Again, any in-person questions, please feel free to come on up. Otherwise, I will move on to our next question while you guys shuffle through. This one says, how can I get more involved on a local level?
So, yeah, so to get involved on a local level, I think that, early on, Jimmy sort of walked us through signing up. And I think that sign up piece is the first piece of it. And then connecting with your local guild, right? There's so many local guilds that are available, because when you're talking about getting involved on a local level, a lot of times that is, okay, what activities are happening near me? And the Seattle Guild would be a great source for that. There's events, there's happenings, right? Of course, once during COVID, they've become more virtual, but there's certainly, outdoor meetups and whatnot as well. And so I do really think one of the keys to getting involved locally is really through the Guild itself. Or once again, you can invite your friends, right? I think that's the other path that really works out pretty well.
Yeah, I will say, like, definitely once you're actually in touch with your hospital, like it opens it up just a little bit more. That allows you to do, being like, for example, being part of the Seattle Extra Life Guild, there's, yes, you have your leadership team, and then, we are trying to do events in our local area. So we just did one at Zulu Board Game Cafe in Bothell, where we got to actually have a table space there, and they were having their own, like, Magic the Gathering tournament at the time, and we had their people just coming and going. So it's like, start at your hospital, start with your friends, family, and coworkers, and then your circle will slowly get bigger. And it like Mike was saying, is like, it's not gonna happen year one. It may take year 2 or 3, but if you keep at it, it's gonna be great. And it's just, 100% like so much fun.
For sure. I mean, like, I think one of the other things is, like, just like you were saying, go to your guild. Your guild has these events, I hope, and that way you can absolutely just be yourself. That's my other big piece of advice, right? If you have a question, ask it. If you just want to chill and listen, that's okay. No one's asking you to be anyone other than yourself at any given time. There is no loss whatsoever of getting involved in your local guilds as well. And huge shout out to Zulus. I mean, seriously, their community was so sweet. We had people that were coming in and just doing different other tournaments and challenges. Their community wrapped around us so tightly. They're also here at PAX. Please go visit them. It's amazing to see just how much community can build off of a really, really small thing. Just putting a sign out there and being like, hey, I'm doing Extra Life. People will come to you. Hi, what's your question?
Okay, so we haven't really gotten involved before because, we see the booth every year, we sign up and stuff, we've donated, but we've never really actually held game events or streamed. One of the reasons was because I have a minor, and they were always like, oh, well, under 18, we don't want you guys really streaming, and so all this other stuff. But I actually am a scoutmaster in a youth organization, and one of my girls has spent 1.5 years in the hospital at Children's getting several surgeries, and we'd love to give back. How can we encourage the youth in my unit? Would love to do something to give back. How would we do that?
That's a really great question. I think, again, if streaming is not something that feels comfortable or that does not go with any of the policies, absolutely, like Tim said, getting involved with those in-person type of things. You can absolutely do some type of in-person event, types of games, getting as creative as you want to. Crafting nights can be a really big one for youth groups. We've had like bingo nights at my school sometimes, which can be really big. Anything to get your community involved. And then since all of this can be done in multiple ways, if you do an in-person event and someone's like, hey, I really want to donate with cash, even though I see you've got an online link, you can set something up with them and you're saying like, okay, I'm making the online donation, I'm taking your cash, you see this transaction, awesome, cool, great. Or you can also, of course, have them donate online that way as well. If your organization happens to have something like a dip jar, we have a couple of those at our table as well that you can take a look at. And that's another way to collect donations. But again, streaming is not the end-all be-all whatsoever.
Right. And the recommendation of the outdoor sports, the recommendation for that one was great because they do a lot of outdoor activities, and it's a great way because they all want to be involved, they all want to help give back for this one youth, and they don't know how to do it.
Yeah,
so
and what's really great about once someone has actually signed up for the Extra Life and they have their page, there's a wealth of resources that are there where you can create like offline flyers and brochures, and especially for something like you were saying for your scouts, like you can actually like print things out, and then they have something that they can take around. And if you are like creating something that that you're thinking about selling, you can put that in tandem and then have like an offline donations where, instead of like, the typical cookies, if you have something else, and then it's directly like everything proceeds from that will directly help whoever signed up for the Extra Life, and then everybody can kind of funnel in underneath them, because I don't know for the actual, like, how old you need to be in order to actually sign up for Extra Life. Like, we understand, like, the streaming, like, every streaming platform has their own code of conduct and what you need to do. But as far as just, like, the basics of having an email address and funneling up to one person and a team, like, you can totally just, like, do it that route and just make sure, like, hey, everyone's involved, but it's all going into this. And just, like, it's a really good idea. And I think I feel like you're already, like, on the way. You just, like, needed a couple pieces of information, so you're good.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Someone just also put in the chat, work with BSA to create a scout badge. That would be really cute too.
Thank you, whoever on.
Appreciate that. Any other like in-person questions? We've got 5 minutes left. So if there are no other in-person questions, I think that we're okay just to do a closing. My question, I think, to our other panelists is just, how you doing? And what's your next step now that we've had this panel?
Oh, well, I'm doing great, thank you. So Wizards is, once again this year we're going to be doing a product to be raising money for Extra Life, and the Wizards team is really fantastic. Dungeons and Dragons is always doing events and doing different fundraising as well. So we'll also be having a stream. We no longer do that 24-hour stream. We've decided that I think our streams typically have been between 6 and 8 hours. The 24-hour stream is, I'm glad we did it for a couple of years to get that experience, but we also were like, okay, this is, it's quite intense.
Yes,
and so we are very happy with so we'll be doing another stream come November, and it's gonna be awesome. I have high hopes and aspirations. Like one of my coworkers, who's part of the group that helps do the fundraising, he says to me, "Oh, but we're not event runners." And I'm like, "Yes, we are. Like, sure, year 1 we weren't event runners, right? And year 2 we kind of knew what we do, but this is like year 5, year 6, year 7." And I'm like, that does, like, we do know what we're doing now, and so I'm really hoping to use that to amplify our fundraising efforts and make it another great year.
Yeah, I'm doing really good. Like, I was a bit nervous about this panel. I've never been on a panel before. You don't see it, but like, it's like, oh, okay, I'm just gotta breathe a little bit. I'm excited to, Thursdays I stream on the Seattle Extra Life Guild Twitch page. I'm there usually from like 6:30 to 9:30, play a bunch of random games on the Xbox. And then Fridays and Saturdays and any other day is usually just kind of random. Just kind of depends on how my life is, because I also have almost 2-year-old. So she kind of like runs my life right now, which is great. And from there, right now it's just trying to see the next, my next kind of like Bean Boozled challenge. Like, I do plan on doing that again. The first year, I think I went through like almost 2 bottles of Bean Boozles. And then the next year after that, I bought like a way more, so I don't know how many I went through, but I will do another one probably a couple times between now and game day, and then definitely on game day, as usually is like, I will do that all day. And we'll just see how things go. But this is pretty fun. Like, like I said, I love being able to play games and heal kids. Love doing it for Seattle Children's, and I don't see myself stopping anytime soon.
Really, thank you all so much for joining us. I'm super excited. I highly encourage you to please contact us again and sign up for your Extra Life 2021 if you have not yet. And also come visit us at our table. That's where I'm going to go to next. We are once again on the 4th floor, right by the escalator, so we can talk literally all the way up until the convention center closes this evening. And yeah, just really grateful, really excited, and also encourage you all to check out our Game On event and Game Day events coming up in November. I think that's it. Did we do it?
I think so.
We did the
Yeah,
thing?
we-
Oh, thank you.
Thank you all.
Get up. Oh, yeah, sure it is. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Caitlin Molinas. I am 24. I'm awesome. I'm gay. I'm out of Texas. And I'm here to talk to you all about the Famicom. So this is not the console I grew up with. I grew up with the DS and the Wii, modern high-tech stuff. But I'm here anyways because the Famicom is awesome. It is the progenitor of everything Nintendo and cool and gaming. And so, you know, we got the Famicom. Oh, wait, that's not it. That's kind of close, not quite it either. That's definitely not it. Here's the Famicom. So, this is what we're about to talk about today. To understand the Famicom, I want to first start with the company that has their name written all over it, Nintendo. So Nintendo was founded in 1889, a long time ago. And for a while, they were not the game company. For 80 years flat, the start of their founding, all they did was make playing cards. Not playing cards you might be familiar with that have like an ace and a jack and numbers on them, but Hanafuda cards, the style of card popular in Japan. So for 80 years, Nintendo made those. And after that, trouble hit the company financially, and they began to move into other avenues, before eventually landing in toys. So here's one of their earlier toys that took off really well in Japan. This is the Ultra Machine, which is a little toy that lets you enjoy the fun of a sort of batting machine in home. Very miniaturized, very cool. This sold like crazy in Japan. And they made more toys like this as well. So this sort of looks like up close. There's more toys. This is the Nintendo Beam Gun. This is the first electronic toy released shortly after the Ultra Machine. So what you have is a gun and some targets, and it works kind of like Duck Hunt, where you sort of aim it, and if it lands on the target, it'll light up. So it's sort of like an analog, offline version of something like Duck Hunt, and that sold very well in Japan as well. So they made toys, they sold well. They made electronic toys, they're doing well as well. So Nintendo then moves into video games. This is their first thing they released in video game related stuff. This is Color TV Game 6. There is no 1 through 5, they just jumped right to 6. So inspired by the release of Pong, Nintendo made their own licensed Pong clone in 1977, which is this. It went on to sell over 1 million units in Japan. And it plays, well, it's Pong, it's that. But it's awesome. So around the same time, they also were getting into handheld games. Inspired by the tech behind calculators and stuff like that, Nintendo made their own unit with a similar screen called the Game & Watch. This device invented the D-pad, which is now ubiquitous for gaming, and especially crucial for the Famicom. So that's all going on. And they were also looking at arcades as well, because arcades were also starting to take off at the time. So at the time of this all happening, Space Invaders was doing really well in arcades, and every company was looking to make their own spin on the game. So Namco, the company behind Pac-Man and many other games, made their own spin on it. This game had fancier graphics, it had sprites, really pretty backgrounds. It was a much more advanced version of a game like Space Invaders. So Nintendo was inspired by this, and Nintendo made their own high-tech Space Invaders type of game. This is what they released in the arcades. This is Radar Scope. It's pretty, it's blue, it's got much prettier graphics than Space Invaders. There's just one problem. It's boring. People in Japan were not impressed with this game at all, and it ended up selling really poorly. So after all this happens, Nintendo was stuck with all this inventory of machine parts that they couldn't do anything with. So they just have these parts laying around. So what Nintendo would do is they would take these parts and issue that a new game would be made for these machines. So we first have Space Invaders, we get the beautiful clone, we have Nintendo's version, and the game they would make for those machine parts would be Donkey Kong. So now we are at Nintendo going from the start all the way to Donkey Kong through very interesting circumstances. And this game is a hit. It took off super well in arcades. And so at this point, Nintendo has had some major hits in many different departments. They've made a console game for your TV, a portable game, and an arcade game that everyone likes and is doing super well in Japan. So at this point, Nintendo looks into regular, sort of ordinary home consoles that take cartridges and all those fancy things. So developing their console they were about to make, they had a few goals. They wanted it to be cheaper than the competition, and yet more powerful. And they wanted specifically for this console they were making to be able to handle a full conversion of the arcade Donkey Kong game into the home. At the time, nothing in the market could handle Donkey Kong in a home. Atari, that was one of the main gaming consoles companies at the time, indeed had hardware that could no way recreate Donkey Kong, and they would a few months later release their own version of the game that was just, it's not the same, it's a bit different. So with Nintendo's goals in mind, they set out to build their machine. Nintendo took a relatively affordable CPU, very similar to what was used in Atari's machine, and they combined it with a custom graphics chip that was designed specifically to imitate the graphics of the Donkey Kong arcade cabinet. Combine that with design decisions, like having controllers that sort of attach to the console and don't leave, and they had their system. And it was the Famicom. And this is where the story truly begins. So, the Famicom started it all. It launched in 1983 in Japan. It had 3 launch titles for sale, all of which were conversions of Nintendo's arcade games. They had Popeye, Donkey Kong Jr., and Donkey Kong. Nintendo had lived up to their goal of doing the smash hit title justice. So in Japan, the console had sold 500,000 units in its first 2 months on sale. It was killing its main competitor, the Sega SG-1000, due in part to Nintendo's awesome strategy. The Famicom was indeed more powerful, yet slightly cheaper than Sega's machine. Combine that with the Famicom game library, and it was no contest for Sega. What happened is that by the end of the year, Nintendo would sell 2.5 million units, and Sega 160,000 in Japan. Nintendo would become the dominant home console force in Japan. So at the same time in America, a very different sort of situation is taking place. The Atari 2600 had dominated the market here for quite some time, but was on the decline. There were so many games coming out for the console that tried to be a little bit misleading about how they would play. You had no reviews at the time, no magazines or phones to get your information from, so you had to trust what the game was telling you on its box, how it would play. So a good example would be Pitfall. You can see the game on the right and the box on the left. The box simply has a pen and paper embellished version of what the game actually looks like. It is very similar. Compared to something like Flag Capture. Flag Capture is a game by Atari. It has this wonderful pirate ship battle box art. It's really beautiful and awesome. And the game cannot live up to this in any manner. It simply is squares. It's all squares. The gameplay is very similar to Minesweeper, if you're familiar with that. So when 1983 rolled around, the market had collapsed. The game industry in America went on pause for an extended period of time as the price of games plummeted and companies went bankrupt, and the industry sort of fizzled out. One of the consequences of this is that the stores, the ones selling the games, had all this inventory all of a sudden that they just wanted gone. Stores like Toys R Us just no longer had any faith that games were a thing that was going to happen. They were just a passing fad. So what about Nintendo? So at this point in the industry, the word gaming had become a bad word in the press and in retailers. Stores wanted nothing to do with games. So when Nintendo entered the picture, it was sort of like they were trying to do the impossible. The idea of simply selling the Famicom in the US was not as simple as taking what worked in Japan and putting it somewhere else. Stores, again, would not want to cooperate and put it on the shelves. So when Nintendo first tried to enter the market, they presented this. This is the Nintendo Advanced Video System. It has a cassette reader, a wireless joystick, 2 wireless controllers, a beam gun that you would use to play like Duck Hunt and stuff, and a piano keyboard. Very high-tech, fancy, very different from what other consoles at the time had come out. If that was impress retailers. So we have some flyers. It can play the best games. It can play target games. It can even create new games and play music. So they have these, and it's all fancy and great, but they keep using that bad word, the game word. Stores would not buy this, and this would not end up actually doing anything to move them forward in America. Simply, it would not get sold in stores at all. So they would have to try something different. So Nintendo would go back to the drawing board and do something else to convince retailers to get on their side. They would design a giant toy to go along with the console, specifically a giant robot, Rob. They would design 2 games to go along with it, and the system would be called the Nintendo Entertainment System, of course. The NES and the robot, it was basically a marketing trick. The games that you could play in the robot were very unimpressive, but by having this robot, the console, and a gun to play Duck Hunt with bundled in, you were getting an experience a little more like a toy than the consoles of the past. And with this method, they had retailers convinced. So by the end of the year, Nintendo had a launch here in America in 1985 and took off like crazy. So this is all happening. There would go on to be, Nintendo TV shows, movies, cereal, magazines, lunchboxes, McDonald's toys. It was a phenomenon. So they did all this work. It's paying off pretty well. And we've landed at the year 1987. Oops. At the time, Nintendo was huge in both America and Japan. They had sold so many consoles and games, and alongside them, other developers had also released their own stuff. But they were bound by some rules which didn't sit well with everyone. So the biggest one is that you can only release 5 games per year. Nintendo did not want an Atari situation on their hands. Additionally, your games cannot have themes that are overly religious, violent, or inappropriate. To some developers, this is a huge problem. Some companies release companies within themselves to be able to sell more than 5 games per year, which is the thing that actually worked. And other companies, when faced with the idea that their games had content Nintendo wouldn't approve of, they went the other route. And we're now going to be talking about these developers, the unlicensed game developers in America and Japan in the 80s and 90s. So the first off, we have Hacker. Hacker International is the biggest company in town in Japan at the time for releasing unofficial games for the NES, or the Famicom rather, in Japan. Specifically the Famicom disk system. So in Japan, Nintendo had released an add-on that would let you play disc-based games on your console. Not like DVDs or CDs, those like round discs, but more like floppy disks, square disks. And this is in some ways the beginning of the end for Nintendo, and the beginning of a whole new world for the Famicom and NES. At the time, in 1987, it was impossible to make cartridges for those consoles without going through Nintendo. The methods to just make cartridges externally, unauthorized and such, had not been cracked. But the Famicom disk system did not have this like iron security that the cartridges had. The Famicom disk system simply used a very standard off-the-shelf disc, specifically quick discs, that you could buy in a store, modify the plastic a little bit, and the console would accept it. So with this, Hacker and other companies are able to make whatever games they want on the console. So Hacker had their own magazine they would distribute their wares in. They had one such device, the Hacker Pro Digital. This giant box connects to your console and lets you copy games. If you have 1 copy of Mario, now you have 10. And you can give it to friends or sell it or do what you want. And they additionally sold in their magazine a cassette that would go in your console as well and facilitate this process. So alongside their magazine, they're selling these devices to reproduce games. They're also selling their own new games. So this is a game called Money Wars. This is a flyer from the magazine. On the bottom, they have a phone number you can call because all of these unauthorized games are not sold in stores alongside Mario and Zelda. Nintendo wouldn't approve of that. So they're all mail-in order only. So we have Money Wars, and they released a whole host of games from Hacker in Japan. Fairy Pinball, Blackjack, a Mahjong game, there's Money Wars again, and a solitaire game and a golf game. So lots of games. Now Hacker had a very specific spin on their games. Again, they were not games that Nintendo would approve of. They are pretty ordinary golf games or sports games or solitaire games, but there's a twist with their games where if you played some levels and did really well, the games would reward you with a really beautiful image of a woman, and that was the sort of twist their games had that would obviously not be very approved of by Nintendo in either Japan or America. So that was one sort of avenue of games that would not be approved of that was released in a different manner. So another developer, a couple of developers that release games in unlicensed manners is Tengen and Color Dreams over here in America. So first off, we have Tengen. They would release their first game for the NES, Tengen Tetris, in 1989. The game would be taken off of store shelves 4 weeks later because they didn't have the copyright rights to make the game. It was perfectly fine to make your own unlicensed games, but the people who owned the name Tetris were like, whoa, you can't do that. So that got taken off the shelves very quickly. But they were the first to do it, and alongside it, they released several other games on the NES that were completely unlicensed and not through Nintendo. So through their partners of Namco and Sega, there were hits like Afterburner, Shinobi, Pac-Man, and many others brought to the console in no way through Nintendo or approved by Nintendo, but through Tengen themselves. Another company going on at the time is Color Dreams. Color Dreams would release their own games, some of them original and some of them through other unlicensed developers around the world that they would publish. So for example, we have Menace Beach, Robo Demons, and Metal Fighter. Metal Fighter, for example, is a game that was not developed by Color Dreams, but was developed by a company in China called Sachin. Sachin's game would be distributed in Japan by Hacker and distributed in America by Color Dreams. So the companies would all work together with their different unlicensed games to be sold in different places. Now, a twist with Color Dreams is that eventually they got into making Christian games, because that is a topic that Nintendo would not approve of, so that's an avenue only they can do because there aren't many other people making unlicensed games at the time. So they would release games like Sunday Funday, Spiritual Warfare, and Bible Adventures. Now, as mentioned before, your unlicensed games that Nintendo doesn't approve of cannot simply go on a store shelf alongside Mario and Zelda. They have to be sold somewhere else. And so what they would do, Color Dreams, that their games would be sold, the Christian games specifically, in Christian bookstores. This is an avenue very lucrative for selling your unlicensed games, apparently, because Christian bookstores are very, very numerous, not quite nearly as numerous as a store like Toys R Us, where you might buy your games at the time. So it's worked out very well for them as well. And Color Dreams would additionally sometimes give their games to other companies around the world. So you have an example. This is Miss Peach World by Hacker, and Menace Beach and Sunday Funday by Color Dreams. So these are all, despite what the boxes might give you the impression of, the same exact game, with the Hacker release in Japan having enhanced art as that release. So the Christian release of the game would have toned down violence, whereas the Hacker release would have added in pornographic art. So we have an example of a game being made more family-friendly and also way less family-friendly, even though it's all, in the end of the day, the same game. So this has all gone and happened, and the Famicom has released in Japan, with the American counterpart, the NES, taking its root there. After a successful launch in America, the NES would launch in 12 additional markets around the world, including most of mainland Europe and Australia. However, 12 or so countries is not the entire world. There's a lot of world out there. And so, for the most part, Nintendo was uninterested and would historically not release their console in any other markets around the world. By the end of the decade, Nintendo would only launch the NES in one more market, South Korea. But by this time, developers were starting to figure things out. We can make unlicensed Famicom cartridges, NES cartridges, and this is where UMC enters the picture. So this may be a name you will not recognize, but you will know them very soon. UMC is the fourth largest fabricator in the modern era of chips in the world, behind companies like TSMC. This company produces computer chips and such for many different devices, and they are crucial to the Famicom's history. As we know from earlier, the Famicom has a very simple sort of processor in it, whereas it has a very custom GPU. So what UMC did is they cracked the graphics processor. They managed to figure out themselves how to make it. And with this, we were able to get completely non-Nintendo approved recreations of the Famicom. Here is an early clone console of the Famicom released in the late 80s. It contains 4 crucial computer chips, all produced by UMC. From top to bottom, it contains 2 memory chips. In the middle is the graphics chip that they made. And then they were also able to recreate the computer chip that the NES and Famicom used as well. So these consoles, these recreations of the Famicom, known as Famiclones, would sell around the world entirely through the efforts of UMC and other companies in the early 80s and late 90s. So to recap, it's now possible to make reproductions of the Famicom. It's also legal to sell this globally for the most part. Not every country has laws to protect foreign copyright, for example. So as a result, these Famiclones would enter region after region, selling well and introducing kids and generations into gaming. This console, through these reproductions, would be the progenitor of gaming and the gaming industry in several different countries. And now we're going to dive into what that was exactly like. So, in China, these consoles you might have played would have been the SB. This is an example of a console sold in China. Very different sort of permutations sold in different regions depending on where you are. And there are, of course, different options than where you are. This is just one example. So in Russia, you might have had this console to play as a kid, the Dendy. In Colombia, there is the Nichiman. In Brazil, there is the Phantom System from Gradiente. In Poland, there is the Pegasus IQ 502. In Iran, there is the Microgenius. And there are just permutations upon permutations upon permutations of these consoles. Some of these take the original Famicom design and simply just put a different name on it. And some of these have entirely original designs of their own. But these would be sold in very different regions and be played by millions of people around the world. So that is the console side of it, but there are also the games. So this extends to the games as well. Pictured here is a variety of games that might have been sold in any different market around the world. These game cartridges are small little rectangles compared to the NES cartridges you might be familiar with. And they have these labels that are entirely unique to them. the games, of course, would be unauthorized, no money would be going back to the developer of the game, but that is hardly a problem, especially for companies like Nintendo that seem to be doing pretty well these days. So to dive a bit into what that was like, let us zoom in on one country specifically, Russia. In Russia, the company and the console taking a hold at the time was the Dendy. The Dendy was a very, very big and successful console in Russia in the 90s, and it was a reproduction of the NES and Famicom. So here's an example of an ad that would play in Russia at the time. This is promoting their clone consoles. This would air on Russian TV. Totally legal, totally no problems there, as far as everyone's concerned except for Nintendo. But that's fine. So this is the original Dendy that launched in Russia in the early 90s. It has a different design from both the Famicom and the NES. It's a bit more original. And it has these differently shaped controllers as well. Now, compared to what you were paying for, in America, you were paying about $200 at the time for a console, whereas the Dendy would only be getting you about $90. So much cheaper, but this is actually quite a problem for the market at the time. In Russia, the economy is not doing so well, and very little people always have $90 to shell out on a console. So you'll come up with a new console, the Dendy Junior on the right. It is styled much more like the original Famicom and has the attached controllers to save costs. And through this new version, over time, they came out with the Dendy Junior, and it was only $35. And this would take off hugely in Russia. There would be millions of units sold, and the Dendy name would again grow, and this was basically just like the Nintendo of Russia was through Dendy. So what were you playing on these consoles? So again, you have these different cartridges. This is the official Dendy boxes. You could get different cartridges from different companies at the time, but the Dendy company had a whole sort of setup. They had stores that sold their consoles and their cartridges. You could go to, for say, an outside market or a different store and get something different, but this is what Dendy specifically had to offer. And there are benefits to that as well. So Dendy, for example, had their customer service that could help you if your games had issues. And the durability of the consoles are really strong as well. At the time, there were so many Famicom reproductions or Famiclones going around in all countries around the world. And in Russia, Dendy was a very reliable console because any sort of different console you get might be a lower quality reproduction than another one. The console might overheat and just break after you play it for a couple hours. Or maybe the power supply will fail and you have to buy a new one. But Dendy consoles were very reliable on this front for the most part. And one thing that was not reliable, though, or guaranteed by Dendy, was the cartridges. So they can be very hit or miss. It was not uncommon for kids who had a dozen or so games to find that the ones you loved to bits would eventually have the cartridges plastic chip and break over time. So your favorite game that you've been playing for ages, you would eventually be having the bare board plugged into your console, which is hard to put in the console in the first place and hard to take out. Another sort of less than fabulous component of playing games at the time is the language barrier. Ideally, every game you play in countries like Russia, for example, will look like the game on the right. That is Mario Bros. ROM hacked into Russian. But that's not what people were playing at the time in the 90s in Russia. They would be playing the Japanese or English versions of whatever game, and that introduces a language barrier. If you're, for say, playing an adventure game where you're just like running and shooting or whatever, then when you're given text, you can just imagine in your mind what it's saying. Imagine the story beats, fill in the blanks. That can be fine. But there are different permutations, like if you're, for say, in a store in a game, and you have to buy an item that might be useful, you may not know what is useful to you if you don't know what any of the words say. And so that's a component of this going on as well. And additionally, there is color. Russia at the time had a very specific TV standard. It is not PAL or NTSC, it is CCAM is the name. And a lot of the Dendys that are much cheaper would be PAL. And so if you didn't have a newer TV or a fancier TV, you would end up with your games in black and white for the most part. So that was another component of playing these games in Russia at the time. So as part of the whole Dendy experience, they would have a TV show where they would market their games and consoles. So this is Mario 16. This is the 16th adventure of Mario. He's got fireballs, he's running around dinosaurs. It's very Mario specific. Now, of course, this is in no way an official Mario game. This is something else. So what would happen is that many games would be changed and modified to have the characters become someone else, like for example, Mario. And so we have, for example, Mario 8. We have Super Mario World 9. I'm gonna go in order here. We have Super Mario Bros. Kung Fu Mari 10. And we have Super Bros 11 with Luigi hanging out with a hot babe on the beach. So what are these games actually like? So they're just ordinary, fun NES and Famicom games, but modified to have Mario. In this game, you have a hammer, and you throw it around with enemies. In this game, you are playing as Kung Fu Mario, punching and kicking your way through whatever lands in front of you. And in this game, you are Mario riding dinosaurs and going on an adventure on an island. And these are part of what your sort of experience would be like playing games in Russia and other countries at the time. Now, what else we might have on offer are completely new games that would not be sold easily in countries like America or Japan. This is a game called Somari. It is a recreation of Sonic the Hedgehog for the Famicom and NES. It has your standard stages. You instead play as Mario and not Sonic, because Mario is awesome, of course. And so this is one of the games you may have bought at the time. And again, this is promoted on this TV show here on Russian national television, and that is just what's going on at the time. So this is all happening in Russia. It's all great. And at the time, Dendy was doing super well. So we entered the year 1994. Dendy's doing super well, making their clone consoles in Russia, their TV shows, everything they have. And at this point, they tried something new. Dendy would contact Nintendo of America and ask them for the impossible. Dendy would be able to form an incredible contract with Nintendo where they would be allowed to distribute the SNES, the Game Boy, and more in Russia officially through Nintendo. Nintendo would conveniently overlook their business selling unauthorized Nintendo games and consoles. Nintendo would only give Dendy one rule, not to sell Sega consoles, which Dendy would do anyways. This partnership, however, as fabulous and impossible as it may seem, would lead to some troubles for Dendy. The reason, again, you may have bought a clone console in Russia or anywhere else is because it's cheap. Again, a Nintendo at the time cost $200, but in Russia it's $35. So when you're getting these official consoles, they cost a lot more. And so they just didn't really sell very well. And that caused a lot of troubles for Dendy. But the true sort of issue for Dendy came a couple years later, in 1996, when the company that owns Dendy, Steepler, ran into issues with the Russian government. The Russian government would violently attack several heads of the Dendy Corporation, Steepler, and they all fled the country. And that is basically the end of the Dendy story. The corporation that actually sold the consoles, Dendy, would close their shop 3 years later due to repeated failures and the Russian financial crisis. And that is the entirety of that. So that's what happened specifically in Russia. And while their story with having a big, prolific company like Dendy, very similar to Nintendo there, not every country around the world had their own Nintendo of their. But every country, many of them shared the same sort of situations of having troubles with language barriers, cartridges that would break down, and millions of people around the world would play games in this manner, similar to this. So where did this all come from? So 3 of the biggest players in this story are from Taiwan. We have UMC, again, who provided the chips to make these clone consoles. We have Microgenius, who produced the first ever Famiclones ever. Additionally, Microgenius produced all the Dendy consoles that were sold in Russia. And we have another company, Team Hummer. And we're going to be talking about them specifically now. So Team Hummer, which produced several games for the Famicom, the Famiclones, they were predominantly ports. So Team Hummer, for example, produced Somari. They also produced recreations of other games to the Famicom, including Street Fighter, Earthworm Jim, Donkey Kong Country, Disney's Aladdin, and most famously, Super Mario World. These games all had serious effort poured into them to bring them to the NES and the Famicom, with Super Mario World specifically having over a year of development put into it to bring it from the SNES to the Famicom by this company. So another player at the time is Sasquatch. This is a company based out of China, and they had a huge library of games. They would develop their own shooters, their own learning games, anything that they could. Here is a small glimpse at a few games they made. They made plenty more than this. You've got chess games, shoot-'em-up games, learning games, card games, you name it. The games were ubiquitous and will be sold in several cartridges around the world in the 90s because their quality is high, they have so many games, and if you stole a game from them, it wouldn't get you in trouble like it would with Nintendo. And on that note of avoiding trouble, there's another strategy here that you may be using to avoid. So this is Duck Hunt, but it doesn't look like Duck Hunt. It has pumpkins. This is also Duck Hunt, but it has helicopters. And this is Duck Hunt, but in space. So what would also be very common at the time is to take a existing packaged game from someone like Nintendo or Konami and change up the characters and the graphics. So not simply, for example, putting in Mario because it's fun, but changing the graphics to avoid copyright or something different like that. So here, for example, there's so many permutations of Duck Hunt that change the graphics and make it interesting in a different manner that would come out and be sold in cartridges. We have, for example, Maze Tussle. This is a modification of Pac-Man that makes all the ghosts in Pac-Man very terrifying for some reason. We have Puffy's Paradise, a modification of Pac-Man that adds in Kirby. This is very fun. A different game, we have Dr. Mario. This is Anti-SARS, a not at all topical modification of Dr. Mario that adds in different characters and objectives. You must simply defeat SARS. So now we're going to be talking about a different country's story, specifically China. Not going to be diving in as deeply. So this is one of the first Famiclones from Subor sold in China. Subor was a company that was founded in the 80s. Now, Subor originally produced educational products, but they got in the business of making Famiclones in China and did quite well. Subor would soon find a way to merge their sort of idea of making educational devices with Famicoms soon later, though. Here's an early ad for one of their more successful devices. So this is a device being promoted by Jackie Chan in China. This aired on Chinese TV, and it is a device with a keyboard that you can type on. It is still a Famicom, it still will play Mario and all your games, but it also can do different things with typing. And this would do very, very well in China. Here's the box specifically. There he is. And this device would sell really well in China, becoming one of the most popular toys sold in the Chinese winter of 1992. So doing super well, what is it actually like? So it's computer shaped. This device is an educational device called a learning computer. So they're marketed towards kids. You have this screen and the boot up. You can do different things. The emphasis is initially on typing, getting familiar with the keyboard. So the game on the left is a simple sort of application where a key will light up on the screen and you must press it, and that is it. On the right is a bit more of a gamey sort of application. There will be letters falling from the sky and you must press them as fast as you can before all the blocks on the bottom break. So other software included on this device with the keyboard. You can make music with it, and additionally, you can learn programming with this device. So several different educational software will also be released additionally for different companies and through Subor. And it's just this sort of idea of, it's not just a console, it's like it will help you learn. It sort of helps parents get more on board with like, well, my child isn't gonna waste time on this, but I'll get them an educational device instead. So this genre of device, learning computer, would take off very well in China, not just through Subor. There are other devices as well. So this is the Batong BT686. It is, again, a Famicom. It plays Pac-Man. And towards the end of the 90s, things start to get much more advanced as well. So this is another device that would come out. The video will play. It's an advertisement. There we go. So this is a commercial for a Famicom-compatible computer that would be released in China in the 90s. This is the Yuxing device. It has a disc reader in it, and it's not like the Famicom. It doesn't play, it's not for floppy disks. It's for movies. So again, this is the Yuxing 315L video CD plus 8-bit computer. Not a mouthful at all to say. So this is a device that will play your movies, not through DVD, but through video CD, a format that was very popular in Asia at the time. So it can play your movies, it can do all that, and it can also do Famicom-y things like play your games through discs, through video CDs. And additionally, this device can connect to the internet. So this is the screen you would be having on this device at the time. You have a menu, you have an image of a Great Wall of China, and you can connect through a sort of Windows-looking interface. You can send emails and even view web pages. So this is, again, all powered by a Famicom-compatible device. This can play Pac-Man, it can play Mario. Simply an internet-connected Famicom, which is very, very cool. So some more examples, you can do stocks with this device, it can play Contra, and it can also do more learning applications similar to the Subor device. The image on the bottom looks very different from the games because it's not 8-bit, This device is more of a two-in-one, where it contains a movie player and a Famicom basically all in one. So you get different graphics depending on if you're using a primitive 8-bit device that plays Contra, or something that can play movies. Movies are much more graphically intensive than an 8-bit game. So we've gone all the way through the world, and now we're at the year 2000. So several things have changed for the Famicom in these coming years. Nintendo would start to address their sort of past and celebrate it. They would release Animal Crossing in 2001, which contains emulations of different NES games. For example, Duck Hunt Junior Math. And they now are allowing you to play old NES games on your newer consoles. They would additionally celebrate the Famicom and NES's anniversary with Famicom and NES-styled consoles, and let you play the old Mario games on your new consoles. So Nintendo is starting to celebrate their past a little bit. Now, at the same time, a new class of devices is being sold, and these are plug-and-plays. So plug-and-plays were released like mad in the early 2000s, of course. Lots of tie-ins with things like movies and TV shows were made, but game companies also produced plug-and-plays. So you have things like the Atari Flashback, the Atari Paddle. Konami made a Frogger plug-and-play and an Arcade Advance plug-and-play which contains Frogger and some other games. And some other different things like the Versus Max Casino. So these devices all have one small thing in common. They're Famicoms. So what is this and how is this happening? So early in the 2000s, in 2003 or so, the patents for the Famicom expired. So it is now possible to produce Famicom-compatible devices legally. You don't need to be in a specific country to do it. You can do it anywhere, and so it happens here. And additionally, as a result of these devices being sold, new games are being produced for the Famicom years after it had been dropped by the mainstream market in America. So for example, we have Frogger. There's that Frogger plug-and-play. You're playing it. It's really fun. But there's one small catch. Frogger is, again, never released on the NES. How did this happen? We have the arcade and the Famicom version side by side, and there are some slight differences. For example, on the bottom of the, where is it? Yeah. On the arcade version, it has the score in the top, whereas in the Famicom version, the score is in the bottom. And so it's a different version entirely made for the Famicom and sold on these plug-and-plays. And one of the strengths of these plug-and-plays is that you can also put older games on it. So here's, for example, the Arcade Advance plug-and-play from Konami. This device contains 3 brand new games they brought to the Famicom for the first time, Frogger, Scramble, and Time Pilot, along with the 3 other games below it that were just ROMs that they just took. So you can get a very easy lunch on these depending on what you put on it, which is part of the reason why you might want to choose the Famicom as your sort of platform to make your plug-and-play on in the early 2000s. Another reason companies might do it is because of so here is different plug-and-plays sold at the time. This is a SpongeBob and Disney Princess one. These are not Famicoms. And they have one crucial difference from the Famicom plug-and-plays in terms of how they would play: sound. I cannot really convey this very easily, but whereas the NES and Famicom can do pretty nice sounding bleeps and bloops, it can't do more than that, but it can do nice bleeps and bloops. These plug-and-plays that were more focused on, from these companies making like a TV show and movie tie-in plug-and-plays, almost all of them had very primitive sound that could not really do music very well. And for example, the SpongeBob plug-and-play is almost entirely silent, and you just get small little beeps occasionally. So you're not getting banging tunes like you would in the Famicom. So that's one of the strengths of why you would not want to use those versus that. So again, we have these brand new games brought to the Famicom, used specifically for plug-and-plays and not cartridges. Where are these coming from? So a lot of these would be produced by one of 2 companies, not from America or from Europe, but from well-known unlicensed developers in China. So we have Nice Code and Jungle Tech. So these companies were founded in 1999 and are part of a new focus of Famicom game development for unlicensed game development specifically. They will be making games for plug-and-plays, portable devices and such, things that contain several games bundled into one, as opposed to making games just for a cartridge like a lot of companies were prior. So specifically, let's look at Jungle Tech. This company produced the Frogger port for the Famicom that was used on plug-and-plays. And additionally, they produced 100 of their own games for the console. We have Zero Tiger by Jungle Tech, Push the Box, Excel Racing, Grass Cutter, and many, many more. These games are all short and sweet. They're not long adventures you would specifically be putting several hours into, but they're all something interesting with their own fun. And if you were to receive a device with maybe 100 of these baked into it, it would be kind of like getting 100 mini games on a single game. So that's sort of how those would play out. Another company, again, we have is Nice Code. So Nice Code developed at least 46 different retroactive ports to the Famicom, games that were never on the Famicom, that were maybe from the arcade or something, that they brought over to the console for plug and plays in the early 2000s. And Nice Code additionally released 200 of their own games after the year 2000 on the Famicom for these devices. One such example is this game. This is Curly Monkey. This game looks nothing like an ordinary Famicom game. It has way more than 8 colors, really advanced graphics, and it looks more like an SNES game. Just to have a bit of a comparison, here's the title screen. This is way more advanced than ordinary NES could do. What is happening here? So what happened is that early in the 2000s, the reproductions of the Famicoms, people have gotten so good at it that people started to add new features to the Famicom with these reproductions. So now, if you're a company buying Famicoms at the time to put in a device for plug and play, you could order a Famicom with enhanced graphics, for example. So this is for one of those such devices. This is not a game that would play on an ordinary NES or Famicom, but it is powered by NES and Famicom code, and it is simply for just a modification of that console. And there are several games released by Nice Code and Jungle Attack for these enhanced NES consoles for the plug and plays and such. We have a table tennis game with really pretty graphics, baseball, a tower climbing game, a sort of Contra shooter style game, a checkers game where you're playing checkers with your favorite Fire Emblem character. We have a game where cats and dogs throw bones at each other with like golf controls. Very interesting games, all very colorful, and much more than what the Famicom could actually do. So to do the comparison again, here is the same exact game. One of them is made for the Famicom. It would run on an actual cartridge. One of them is the embellished version that is made in these plug and plays. It'd be very common still for games to be having their graphics redesigned and repackaged under a new name, and that was happening with a lot of games where they would be given updated graphics through these methods. So Nice Code and Jungle Attack are these companies. They're here. They're making hundreds of games for these devices. What do you do with them? So because they're making these games, it's legal to have Famicom hardware power whatever you want in America and other places. And you make these games that are totally yours and not stolen or anything. You can just put them on a device and sell them. So these are several devices made by Jungle Attack with their games on it, plug and plays and other things. They additionally had portable devices as well. All of these are Famicoms with their games on it, sold in stores in the early 2000s. This is just what the Famicom was at the time. This is the things it's doing. So there are other such Famicom-powered plug and plays being released at the time. This is the Strawberry Shortcake Dance Dance Revolution plug and play. As you may not expect, it is actually a Famicom. You do not dance your favorite sort of Strawberry Shortcake girls singing songs. It's all 8-bit bloops. Better than a SpongeBob plug and play sound movie for sure, but it's definitely a bit odd. And this is again powered by the enhanced hardware. So it has much more than 8 colors on screen, much more advanced graphics than the NES could actually do, but it's still based on the NES the same. And the same goes for Frogger. This is a Frogger sort of hockey puck portable plug and play. And the Frogger port from before is again meant for these enhanced units. So you could not simply put NES Frogger on a cartridge and play on an NES. It is enhanced slightly. So other devices being sold at the time, we have a fishing rod plug and play. It's actually a Famicom. Who would have thought? We have a New York, everyone's getting on it at this point. The New York Times had their Sudoku plug and play, where you can play hundreds of Sudoku puzzles designed with the New York Times brains, and it's a Famicom. And more game things, there's the Atari miniature joystick plug and play. You like plug it into your TV, I guess. Keychain size. So next we have the Snuggie. So these are all that I've talked about so far, and in terms of the early 2000s, these are all very legal, very like no frills attached things. We made our own games. We have the hardware that's legal because the patent's expired. Everything's good here. But there's still plenty of unlicensed and legally dubious devices being released. Not that anyone's a cop here, but just like they're not doing the same exact things. So for one example, we have the Snuggie again. The Snuggie company would release their own plug and play which has unauthorized reproductions of Nintendo's Donkey Kong and golf games. And they would release this not in stores, but through the Avon door-to-door fashion catalogs. So if someone came to your door maybe 20 years ago, they might have been trying to sell you illegal Famicoms. They just might have. So at the same time, of course, there were other devices being made now that the patents have expired for the NES. This is one of the only early devices sold. It just takes your cartridges that you have, and you can plug them in as well. And there are also, of course, devices being sold that feature many consoles in one. These devices use emulation and not just bare Famicom hardware to get the job done, but they are close cousins of it, the very same. My personal console of choice, this is my Famicom I have at home. This is the 2010 Power Game. It's shaped like a penguin. It's great. It's got some games bundled in it. I love it. So next we have a different company to focus on, a very different focus from companies like Nice Code and Jungle Tack, which made their games for plug-and-plays, for enhanced hardware that would not at all run on cartridges. This is Shenzhen Nanxing, and their games they were basically doubling down on the NES and Famicom's raw power, and making titles specifically for that, sold on cartridges in the early 2000s. And they're all RPGs. So here we have Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, brought to the Famicom NES by Shenzhen Nanxing. We have Harvest Moon. We have Naruto, a Game Boy Advance RPG, brought to the Famicom. Golden Sun. Yu-Gi-Oh! Everyone's getting in on it. Final Fantasy. These titles are all sort of vary in length and quality, but they are all, in some way, an attempt to port newer and brighter games from different consoles all the way down to the Famicom. We have some more here, Chrono Trigger, Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green, actually. Diablo, different games at this point that are not exactly RPGs, being turned into RPGs by them. We have an adaptation of Diablo, a Zelda game from the Game Boy Advance being turned into a turn-based RPG. We have Final Fantasy VII, Tomb Raider, it's an RPG now. Zelda Link's Awakening, it's an RPG now, don't worry. And World of Warcraft. No one is safe from being an RPG. So, this is all happening, and of course at the time, emulators are a thing now on your PC, and people online in different communities are trying to figure out how to make games for that. At this time, making games for the NES unofficially with Nintendo isn't exactly a secret. So many companies have done it, but the sort of information was growing online in a different sort of fashion. So this is one of the first sort of online community homebrew games released for the NES, Solar Wars. And there are many different games being produced by the online communities. This is Fall Down, a game about controlling a ball. This is Manhole, where characters from Azumanga Daioh help you cross some bricks. And of course, as is tradition in a homebrew community, you have to have your own clone of a Guitar Hero. So now we flash forward all the way to today. Well, much has happened since the heyday of plug-and-plays and such in the early 2000s. With phones and anything under the sun can run Android now, the Famicom is still forever rolling as the beat moves on for this console. So let's say, for example, you're on Amazon and you search portable, what did I even type? Portable something, portable game. You can get many devices on Amazon here. Several of these are using emulators or something else, but many of them are also bare metal, pure Famicoms with games attached to them. These aren't going away anytime soon. And it's not just limited to places like Amazon with unauthorized reproductions. I actually went exploring around Seattle this entire week trying to find permutations of the Famicom in stores and where it is today. These are from a couple Targets. These are Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man mini arcade machines. They let you play Pac-Man on them. They are a Famicom you can just buy on a shelf in Target. Nintendo has their own Mario Bros. Game & Watch that you can also find in stores. I found this in Target somewhere around here. They're still everywhere, not going away. And Famicoms actually are a little bit of having a bit of trouble in the pandemic, as it seems. A lot of stores that carried them in shelves prior to the pandemic now have them online. But you can still find, here is Office Max. Office Max will sell you tons of Famiclones online. Some of them with official licensed games, and some of them with games from Nice Code and Jungle Tack. Their games are still getting use. One such example is this. This is the Data East portable gaming system. It contains 8 games that were licensed on the NES officially from Data East. And it says 300 games, so the ones that are not those initial 8 are all just games from Xcode and Jungle Attack being sold in Office Max as we speak. Another device, this is from Kohl's. This is a plug and play with 90 games built in, some of them licensed and the rest of them from Xcode, Jungle Attack, and friends. And another example, this is something you might have been able to find in Best Buy a while ago. This is the Go Retro Portable. This is a very interesting device. It contains 260 exciting games, Tetris, Mega Man, and more. Tetris here is very interesting because it contains a brand new version of Tetris made just for this unit. And just 2 years ago, a brand new version of Tetris was brought to the Famicom. It's not for enhanced hardware, it's not for anything. You can put this in a cartridge and play it. So there are many different permutations of Tetris at this point. There's Tengens in the left, Nintendo's in the middle, and the 2019 portable version of Tetris on the right. And there are still new things being made for this console, and new devices as well. So all these sort of mini arcade devices that I mentioned, a lot of these are powered, but not all of them, by pure Famicom hardware, miniaturized and put portably. And it's not just these devices. So this is a Walmart miniature arcade meant for your dolls, but you can play it as a person, don't worry. This device contains 100 Xcode and Jungle Attack games for your favorite dress-up doll to play of their very own. And so as far as where else the NES is going and what it's doing, you can of course find compilation packs of the games. You can walk in any place that sells games in the past couple of years and find, for example, Mega Man Legacy Collection, which just has some NES ROMs added on it and put it on a disc. There's of course the Kunio-kun collection, which is a bit more similar. Mostly digital only, but you can get NES games for any console you want and buy them. And there are some new games still being brought by big companies. Just last year, Bandai Namco brought a port of the 2007 Xbox game Pac-Man Championship Edition to the Famicom and included it in a arcade collection for the Switch. And they also brought more games to the Famicom just last year. Bandai Namco also brought Ga Plus, an arcade game, to the Famicom for the first time last year and included it on the Switch in a compilation pack. And it's not just Bandai Namco getting in on it. Nintendo was also creating new permutations of their games for the Famicom. Nintendo was really big on Luigi a couple of years ago and modded him as the main character into Super Mario Bros. And Mario Bros. And turned it into Luigi Bros. And Super Luigi Bros. These games are not too different from how they were before, but seeing the text like 2013, 2014 Nintendo on a Famicom game is really bizarre. And of course we have Nintendo's, just last year, translation of the first Fire Emblem game from the Famicom, translated to English for the very first time and released as well. And Nintendo is just doing a lot of things with their consoles. Nintendo has made an effort to put the Famicom games in some sort of viable fashion on all their recent consoles. Not so much the Switch as it was the other consoles, but in some manner regardless. And of course we have all the retro throwback devices, with the NES Classic Edition and the 2 Game & Watch devices that play NES games and NES Remix as well. So that's what Nintendo is doing to sort of bring back all these things. The NES and the Famicom are not going away anywhere anytime soon. And it's not just big companies, and not just Nintendo, but also online communities are still doing great things. In the past 4 weeks, several games have been translated into different languages for the first time for the Famicom. We have Dragon Warrior brought into Indonesian for the first time in the past 2 weeks. We have Kirby for the NES brought into Polish for the first time. We have Zelda brought into Greek. And we have Prince of Persia brought into Russian. And as part of this sort of online community forces, we also have brand new games being made through Kickstarter and other things. What you see above are 8 brand new games being developed for the Famicom and NES being released in Kickstarter in the past year or so. Games being made for the console with, not through Nintendo at all, are still happening, are still growing life, and online communities and such are stronger than ever thanks to things like Kickstarter that can help sort of bring new games to the console. To get some specific names, from left to right, we have Ronin's Tale, Space Rift, Orange Island, Recnum Fantasy of Dreams, and at the bottom we have Flea, Full Quiet, Micro Mages, and Project Blue. And that is it all. There's a lot to say to you all about the Famicom and the NES. It is a very winding, ever-growing story, going places you would never imagine and doing things you'd never expect to see, showing up in the wackiest places, and having evergreen life beyond what you'd ever expect. And that is all. Thank you.